Adrian, I'll handle admissions between now and the first.
You're on.
All right, well, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to our City Council meeting. Today is Monday, June 15th, 2020, approximately 1 p.m. Before we have our Pledge of Allegiance, I'm going to ask if you please rise for a brief moment of silence as we reflect back on the brave men and women of the United States Armed Forces as they protect our interests around the globe, as well as the courageous men and women of Las Cruces Police Department and Las Cruces Fire Department as they keep our city safe 24/7, 365. Councilor Sorg, could you join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, please? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice.
And justice for all.
Thank you. So we have one proclamation, and I believe Councilor Sorg, hopefully you have that.
I forgot to put my mic on. Yes, no pet of the week.
Oh, you know what? That's right. Just checking to see if you were paying attention there, Councilor.
I certainly was, yes.
So Jennifer Martinez from our communications office, I believe introduced our pet of the week.
Good afternoon, Mayor. I'm glad you all did not forget about me. I am Jennifer Martinez with the city's communications office, and today I'm going to introduce you to Clove. This big guy is all the furry fun in the sun you will need this summer. And if you're looking for someone to be your walking partner or someone to sunbathe with, look no further. Clove is almost 5 years old and is in need of a forever home. Right now, the Animal Service Center hours of operation are Monday through Friday, noon to 6 p.m., Saturday and Sunday, noon to 5 p.m. You will be asked to make a reservation before you go. The number to call is 3820018. Right now, offsite adoption events have been canceled until further notice, and there are limitations at the shelter. Right now, adoptions are $25. You'll be asked to go to ascmb.org/adoptions to take a look at the pets that you might be interested. The shelter is only taking in emergency cases, only accepting sick or injured owner-surrendered animals, and taking emergency health appointments from those that are adopted or fostered animals. Today, reminder of reporting ordinance violations. You may be home more often and might see something going on at the neighbor's house down the street. You're asked to call Central Dispatch. The number is 526-0795. That is a non-emergency number, and you'll use option number 6, where you'll provide the following information: the location of the violation, the type of offense, the description of the animals, and then some contact information of your own, your name, number, and email, so that animal control can get back with you. Our office, the communications office, would like to also take this opportunity. We've talked about COVID-19 and things that have led up to today, which is some of the parks reopening. They are taking a phased-in approach at Parks and Recreation, including some pools. Today is the beginning of phase 2, which will be seeing some of the playgrounds. The playgrounds will remain closed, but the parks will be opening, at least one in each district, and you can see those on your screen. And we also have some pools that are reopening. Fringer Pool and the Aquatic Center Pool are opening by reservation only, and that does include the gym at the Aquatic Center. You will be asked to make a reservation a day in advance so they know who to prepare for and who to clean up after. And Butterfield Shooting Range will revert back to its regular hours. You can get all this information if you go to los-cruces.org/COVID-19 park schedule. That may be a lot to remember, but if you just go to los-cruces.org, you follow links through Parks and Recreation, you'll be able to find it there. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Jennifer. So I never knew a dog to sunbathe, so Clove does it, huh? Okay, well, good.
Okay.
Councilor Sorg, now you
Yes.
have the proclamation for the Rabbi.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Today's proclamation is named Rabbi Larry Carroll Day. Rabbi Larry is a friend of mine, and so it's my honor to read this proclamation today. I was submitted by Ned Rubin, so I'm hoping he's listening. The proclamation reads, whereas Rabbi Carroll has served as the teacher, scholarly educator, and spiritual leader of the Temple Bethel in Las Cruces for nearly a decade. And whereas Rabbi Carol has been committed to serving the Temple Bethel family and the Las Cruces community in civil and community events in both times of mourning and in times of joyous occasions. And whereas Rabbi Carol forged strong relationships in the interfaith community of Las Cruces, and whereas Rabbi Carol has been and will continue to be a staunch advocate for immigration rights, fighting poverty, and for social justice. And whereas Rabbi Carol has immeasurably, added to the richness and fullness of Jewish ritual throughout his musical composition and performance. Now, therefore, we, the mayor and city council of Las Cruces, New Mexico, do hereby proclaim Thursday, June 25th, 2020, as Rabbi Larry Carol Day. Congratulations. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Okay, so now I'm going to get to the conflict of interest statement. This is where I ask if any member of the city council, city manager, or any member of city staff has any known conflict of interest on any item on the agenda.
None.
None.
Okay, seeing none. I have a few comments here for the public participation. First one here is from Mayor Pro Tem Emeritus Dolores Archuleta. Excuse me. It says, we noticed in the paper the parks will be open June 15th in each district, District 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6. A People's Park will be opened. In District 3, the Las Cruces Dog Park will be open. That's it. What happened to Young Park? We are not asking to open Young Park instead of the dog park. Why not open both? Question mark. Dolores Archuleta, District 3 resident. And she has another one. We have a question on the Veterans Memorial Park, District 6. When will that be open so we can raise the garrison flag? We canceled Memorial Day activities and on. The garrison flag schedule, we were scheduled to raise the flag on Sunday, June 14th, Flag Day, followed by June 21st for Father's Day. In July, we have July 4th, Independence Day, and July 27th, Korea War Veterans Armistice Day. Thanks for your attention. Both situations listed above. Dolores Archuleta, Chair, Veterans Memorial Wall Committee. And then I have a petition. It has, as of 5:45 a.m. this morning, 868 signatures. And I'm going to go ahead and read the title or the body of the petition. It says, Las Cruces should be granted immediate access to all city parks. Other municipalities in New Mexico did not close their parks as a response to COVID-19. For instance, Albuquerque never closed their parks during this pandemic. Las Cruces parks have been closed for months. Now we are being told by Sonia Delgado, Director of Las Cruces Parks and Recreation, that only one park will be open in each district beginning June 15th because, quote, we cannot create opportunities to encourage others to gather in public spaces, end quote. And she says this is false logic. This is the petition. It is much easier to practice social distancing in large outdoor spaces than in crowded stores. Recent science has shown that outdoor transmission of COVID-19 is almost unheard of. Studies have shown that the vast majority of COVID-19 transmissions occurs indoors or on public transportation. Outdoor transmission is very rare and is not considered to be a significant threat for COVID-19 transmission. The closure of Las Cruces parks goes against CDC guidelines, which say the following with regards to outdoor playgrounds. Quote, outdoor areas generally require normal routine cleaning and do not require disinfection. Spraying disinfectant on outdoor playgrounds is not an efficient use of disinfectant supplies and has not been proven to reduce the risk of COVID-19 to the public. You should maintain existing cleaning and hygiene practices for outdoor areas, end quote. This is important. The CDC guidelines do not say to close the parks and playgrounds. They say to maintain your existing practices. Again, outdoor transmission is not a significant issue for COVID-19. According to the National Recreation and Park Association, nationwide, more than 1,000 cities park organizations and public health organizations have signed a letter supporting outdoor recreation with appropriate safeguards during the pandemic. The New Mexico Recreation and Park Association, as well as the City of Albuquerque Parks and Recreations Department, have signed this letter. It does not make sense to continue to restrict the citizens of Las Cruces from using the parks. Moreover, the city's plan to initially open only one park in each district is flawed. If the goal is to make sure large numbers of people are not congregating in the parks, then opening just one park per district doesn't make sense. With fewer parks open, there will be more than likely, more people at each of these, at those few parks that are open. It would make more sense to open all the parks to allow people to spread out amongst many parks instead of cramming into just a few. This policy is counterproductive and damaging. We respectfully ask that we be restored immediate access to all parks in Las Cruces. And as I mentioned, it was signed by about 848 people. I have a couple here, excuse me, on mask. This is from Inigo Garcia. Dear Ms. Granado, thank you for taking this question to the mayor. Have a great day. Inigo Garcia Bryce. Dear Mayor Miyagishima, I am writing to express my concern about the number of people not using masks in the city of Las Cruces. Why is it that my friend in Hallandale Beach, Florida, can be sure that his Home Depot will not allow people in without a mask, whereas I can't be afforded the same protection here in Las Cruces? While I understand the council decision to avoid police enforcement at this time around the issue of masks, what is the city planning to do to address this health problem? Are there plans for campaigns to educate citizens about this issue? Are there plans to work with local businesses to ensure enforcement? The council's vote 2 weeks ago on this issue has put us all at risk if no further actions are taken to ensure that we all do our part to prevent the spread of this virus. This is a scientific fact. I look forward to hearing from you. And next one, Tom Elprin. If you know Tom, he only does about 2 sentences. He says, I think it's time to make masks mandatory and finable. I am seeing too many young people in shops without masks and in the mall. This next one here, I believe, is on protesting. And this is from Gordon Robinson. Watching the news and recent events have the wife and I concerned and a little nervous. I have never felt the need for an AR rifle, but with all the unrest, riots, and defund police, I've been thinking I might need one. I wholeheartedly support all law enforcement. I know they're not right all the time, but no one ever is. I don't support the recent activities I've seen in Las Cruces. Tying up and stopping traffic is not right. They have the right to protest, but they do not have the right to affect and stop other people from carrying on with their lives. Next one is from Paul Wells. Is the city of Las Cruces going to allow the illegal impeding and blocking of public streets, specifically the Telshore Loman corridor, every Saturday morning? ? Peaceful law protests does not include shutting down the flow of traffic to law-abiding citizens, just in case you were not aware of that. From Paul Radecki, he says, Dear Mr. Mayor and Councilor Flores, I am in favor of peaceful protests, whether or not I agree with the message of the protest. I am not in favor of anyone blocking roads in our city, as has been done for 2 Saturdays in a row on Loman near Telshore. How long are you going to allow this to happen without arresting the individuals engaged in illegal activity that disrupts the traffic in our city? Please instruct the city to police to start making arrests. This is ridiculous and has to stop immediately. And this one here is from, looks like it was a letter to the chief and then also to me. So I'll read the one to the chief and then to me. It says, Dear Mr. Gallagher, I was disheartened to learn after the fact that there were protesters blocking the roadway on Loman and Telshore. As it turned out, that's exactly where I needed to exit off of I-25 South around noon Saturday, June 13th. I, of course, realized Loman was blocked after exiting traffic after I was already on I-25 South. I then took the university exit, which was backed up considerably since everyone else who couldn't exit on Loman was now exiting on University. After exiting, I drove east on University to get to Telshore Boulevard. And behold, right after Missouri, the police had a portion of Telshore blocked off also. So here I was again with many other motorists trying to figure out a way to our individual destinations. It almost felt like shopping at Walmart, having to play the arrow game, except this was no game to me. I had things to do along with hundreds of other motorists on a Saturday. When I got home, I was perusing Facebook and someone posted that there were protesters at the Loman and Telshore locations. So being the sleuth that I am, I decided to check the LCPD Facebook page to see if somehow I missed the announcement that two major arteries in this town would be closed. And yes, there it was, the announcement, but it had only been posted 1 hour before the planned protest. What's that you say? Question mark. A permit is needed for protests, absolutely correct. So why was LCPD only giving the motorists an hour's notice? I anxiously await your decision or your reply. And then to me, below you'll find an email which was sent to the Chief of Police. I'm anxiously awaiting his reply and answer. For you, I'd like to know why people can gather to protest and disrupt the whole city, yet Memorial Day and now 4th of July festivities have been canceled. The irony that I cannot celebrate my country's freedom with my fellow Americans is beyond ludicrous. Yet a group can gather to protest. Can you please explain to me how you can permit one, yet not the other? I patiently await your response. Okay, so that takes care of that. I've got one more, but that's on the TID, and then I'll read that during that time. And then I've got several that I'll read during our discussion later, our work session on 8 Can't Wait. Okay, so with that, we go to acceptance of the agenda.
Mayor, if I can, I'd like to pull 6.1.
Yes, I too would like to pull, no, strike that.
Okay, so that was Councilor Gunn that I asked to pull 6.1. Councilor Flores, did you have something?
Yes, please pull 6.4, please.
And Councilor Flores,
Motion.
6.4.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's it. I'll entertain a motion to accept the agenda as presented.
I'll move to approve the agenda as presented with those resolutions pulled.
Second,
Cassandra.
Okay. Motion made by Councilor Sorg, second by Mayor Pro Tem Gandara, to accept the agenda as presented with items 6.1 and 6.4 being removed for discussion. Christine?
This is on the motion to accept the agenda with the removal of items 6.1 and 6.4 for discussion. Councilor Abeyta-Stuvey?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
yes,
Councilor Gandara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, so now we're going to go to resolution 20-168.
Move to approve.
Okay, is there a second?
yes, second by Yvonne, Councilor Flores.
Okay, second by Councilor Flores. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem, did you have a question or did you want a full presentation on this?
Full presentation, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay.
I believe Mr. Kevin Wilson will be presenting.
I am. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, council persons. My name is Kevin Wilson. I'm with the neighborhood, not neighborhood services, community improvement now community development. And this is in reference to asking for loan forgiveness on a home rehabilitation project located on Rosedale. The project is HR 1845. It's on Rosedale Drive. We're asking to forgive debt that resulted in an unforeseen change order, a very massive change order that took place. The purpose of forgiving this debt to the 95% of appraised value is to ensure that the the city's investment is protected, as well as maintaining affordability for the residents by not causing an excessive burden of her mortgage. We have an appraised value of the home at $140,000. That appraisal was performed before and then rechecked after the progress of the project. The 95% is 133. All of the math is evident on the screen. With the first mortgage, she was approved initially for $44,000 of funding. We had anticipated the possibility of replacing her sewer line from the house to the street, but in investigation after the project was started, it was learned that the entire system of cast iron piping underneath the slab had rotted and collapsed, and she was still able to have draining, but it was very slow. It ended up having to do a major job in jackhammering out her foundation and replacing all of the sewer lines underneath the house and to the street.
Okay, well, thanks, Kevin. So if you don't mind, for Councilor Bencomo and Abeta Stuvey, will you talk a little bit about the program that we get from HUD? It's monies that sometimes we actually can either lend to residents, or we at a very low interest rate, we take a lien on the house. We almost act like we're the mortgage company. And because they're probably wondering how this even came about. So do you mind kind of sharing with us a little bit about that?
Absolutely. Well, initially people get on a waiting list for the home rehabilitation program. We have an allotment of money that is provided to us by CDBG and then adopted by council for the purpose of home rehabilitation program. After a series of eligibility tests, both in documentation and of the structure, the client was determined eligible. We then moved forward with the structure survey. In a situation like this, it's virtually impossible to see through the slab and know what you're about to open up. But these programs, we offer them both recorded mortgages and grants to provide for the repair of their home. We do a lot of weatherization to reduce the utility burden on the people and increase the comfort in their home. We also do a lot of accessibility modifications for people with disabilities. Our goal is to provide low and moderate income residents in the city of Las Cruces more decent places to live and maintain affordability.
Thank you, Kevin. I appreciate that. And so, Councilors Abeta Stuvey and Bencomo, if you come across one of your constituents in the future, they may be eligible for this to rehabilitate their home. The reason why I put this on the consent is a lot of times, once in a while, like Kevin mentioned, some unfortunate things happen, and we have that ability to forgive that portion. So that was the reason for that. A lot of times we look at the length of time they've had it, if they've been paying on time and everything's good, and then something like this comes up. Those are rarities. We don't want the ones who get it and then immediately start defaulting to the city. That's not what this program was for.
Correct. And Mayor and Council, I'd like to point out that this client has had her home for about 7 years now. She has made her payments religiously. She's maintained she's a single mother, raising her kids in the house, and she has been incredibly both cooperative and grateful for the program at every step.
Thanks, Kevin. Mayor Pro Tem, did you have any specific questions on this?
I guess for me, it was, what is the criteria for the home rehab program? Like what sort of what criteria is it if an individual comes and needs rehab? What are you asking, or how do they apply, and what is the criteria for approval?
Okay, so Mayor Pro Tem. First, we ask that everyone provide a pre-application. That gets them on the waiting list. Once they come up on the waiting list, we'll review all of their income information, their tax returns if they have any, verify that they don't have to file taxes if that's the case. But it's for low and moderate income residents of the city of Las Cruces. They have to be within the boundaries of the city of Las Cruces. And once we've established their eligibility, income and family wise, then we look at the structure and are there code violations? Are there substandard living conditions of apparent there in the home? And what can the program then do to both enhance and better their living conditions and increase livability within the city of Las Cruces? We see that when we go in with a home rehabilitation project, there's frequently a little bit of keep up with the Joneses going on afterwards. People seeing that work is being done in the neighborhood and they're doing work themselves. So it's been a very beneficial program for both the participants of the program and the community itself at large.
So Kevin, I'm assuming she came in having issues with the drainage. And so do you staff or do you contract out with an individual that goes in and does a preliminary assessment, or how does that work?
Yes. So initially, well, she came to us to get on the program for a number of things. She didn't have a functioning heating and cooling system on her house anymore. She was having some fairly substantial electrical issues, and one of her bathrooms was completely non-functional, both in the piping in the walls, and her drains were very slow. Myself or additional staff here in the department do what's called a structure survey. We go to the house, we investigate, we take pictures, we ask questions, then we write a scope of work, which we refer to as the work write-up. That work write-up is then used to solicit bids from contractors participating in the program. Then according to HUD guidelines, we award the lowest bidding contractor and verify all of their qualifications and insurances and make sure that they match everything that both the program and the city require, and move forward. In this particular instance, she'd only complained that her drains were a little slow. We verified that. It was quite a surprise and a big learning process to realize that we're just seeing houses now that 60 years and older, we're seeing a lot of cast iron that was either improperly installed in the first place, as this one was, or have just not stood up to the test of time, and we're seeing collapses. Those can be extremely major. Typically what we're looking at is just replacing that 4-inch sewer line from the edge of the house to the street, but I do believe that we're going to start seeing more and more of these types of failures in the future. And so we've made some changes internally to start having those evaluated more thoroughly before the project begins.
Kevin, you answered my question. My next was, you talked about a learning lesson and being able to update and pivot, right? And ensuring that you have internal processes in place to be able to handle something like this so it doesn't happen, right? Again,
Yes.
So thank
Yes,
you. Next question.
And to further on that particular statement, even with all the due diligence, remodeling in an older home that has not had consistent and regular maintenance, there's a surprise around every corner.
Right. Thank you, Kevin. I appreciate it. And further questions, Mayor? Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor, Larry Nichols, you had a comment?
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem Gondura. Kevin brought this project to when it was discovered that the liquid waste, the sewer lines were beginning to fail. And so we employed a local contractor to do a cammering of the line to determine that it was in fact a situation that was going to need to be corrected in order for the house to remain habitable and livable, in addition to all the other improvements that were being made. So it was the prudent thing to do. And but that was reviewed. Kevin did bring it to me. We went through the project together and made that decision. to take it to the council for this acceptance of this action. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Larry. Councilor Bencomo?
Thanks, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Nichols and Mr. Wilson. Yes, thank you for bringing this to us, and Councilor Mayor Pro Tem Gandara, I'm glad you pulled it off to be able to learn more about this. I'm curious about what the capacity of this program is. Do you know what I mean by that?
Yes, I think you understand, Councilor. I understand, Councilor Bencomo. At this current time, not having the actual budget in front of me, we get about $500,000 per year to use towards the home rehabilitation program. We've found that it is adequate to continue working through the waiting list. We try to minimize the amount of debt and encumbrance that we are bringing to each household, but still maximize the amount of benefit that they can receive through the program. So each house is taken on with a fresh set of eyes and looked at individually. But as long as HUD continues to fund the Community Development Block Grant program, and the City of Las Cruces continues its exemplary execution of those grants, then I foresee a very, very fruitful and well-working relationship between the city and the residents.
That's great to hear. How many people are currently on the waiting list?
Currently, I believe there to be between 70 and 80. I think the number is 74.
And how do people find out about this program? Like if I needed assistance with my home, how would I know to come to the Community Development Department?
So, Councilor Bencomo, we have links on the website, and then all of the senior centers are provided with flyers. We have a threefold flyer which explains both our home rehabilitation program as well as our mobile home ramp program. Both very successful and very beneficial programs for the city residents. And of course, we have information in the front at community development as well. When they come in, our receptionist has leaflets and the pre-applications there, and we get a lot of referral from our previous clients. That seems to be, they're happy with our program when we're done. We got a lot of happy people out there. I get a lot of good Christmas cards.
Yes, word of mouth is the best outreach for sure. Oh my gosh, thank you so much for all of that. I had another question and it escaped my mind, and I don't want it to because it was important. I'm curious about, actually, mobile homes. Is it for homes and mobile homes as well? The rehab program?
Good question. Thank you, Councilor. The home rehabilitation program is for site-built homes only. Long before my time, it was determined that manufactured homes, you can very quickly spend far more than the home's worth in almost every situation. And we try very hard not to double up on resources that are available. Both Tierra del Sol and the Southwestern Housing Regional Housing and Development Corporation both have programs at which they can rehabilitate manufactured housing. So outside the city limits and within the city limits, they have these programs as long as they're funded and to assist. And that way all the bases are covered and we're not doubling up on services.
That makes sense. That's very, very good. What happens if you go in a home and you find that the structure of the home is just beyond repair and that perhaps it's not a safe living condition for that family anymore?
That's a good question. You'll be seeing us in a couple of months or in another month on another project exactly like that. That is what we refer to as a substantial rehabilitation. And through that, it takes council action to approve the project. And we actually, after receiving permission both from City Council and approval from the State Historic Preservation Office, we will raise the house and build a similar structure, or at least suitable structure in its place. It's a last resort. We try our very best never to go to that extent, because again, our concern is also not to over encumber the residents. Many of these people, the only thing they have is their home. You know, they've worked hard their whole lives. and the last thing that they have to pass on to their heirs is their home. So we do our very best not to over encumber any of our clients. But when it's the last resort and there are no other options, then that's what takes place. There are allowances for relocation when the people have to move out of their house during the project, and so we make sure that they're taken care of both to federal guidelines and certainly to the city standards.
Absolutely. Great. Thank you, Mr. Wilson. I'm sure we'll be seeing more of you. I'm on the housing PRC, which is, you can see, a very important issue to me. And, you know, I'll just say this last thing. While I was on the campaign trail, there would be doors I would knock on and I would think there's no way someone lives here. And sure enough, someone would live there, usually an elderly person. And, you know, I think it's important that we try to get the information for these resources out to people to the best of our ability and bilingually, because if this kind of, you know, effort exists, I want people to take advantage of it and make sure that their quality of living is up to standard at a minimum, right? So thank you, I really appreciate it. Thanks, Mayor.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes, David.
Because I'm a co-host with the meeting, so I don't have raise my hand abilities on the meeting. The home rehab program functions day in and day out, generally without council approval. It used to a long time ago in the 80s and 90s that council approval was required on almost every home rehab. With support from HUD, they ask us to update our home rehab handbook and move the process along. And only in the most extreme cases like the one Kevin presented today, or in the case of a substantial rehab, does it come to council. The council has adopted a home rehab handbook by resolution, and that's what staff follows. And so staff is more than happy to meet with you and discuss the program in greater detail. In addition to the mechanisms that Kevin talked about, your awareness of the program is our second best mechanism by getting the word out. So if you have clients that are in that situation, or constituents, I should say, that are in that situation, please let them know. The process is not easy and it is a little bit time consuming, and we do work through them, and not everyone qualifies because it is an income-based program and there may be some disqualifying criteria. But we work through the program. The other thing is for mobile home ramps, for people who are living in a manufactured or mobile home, that qualify for the program, we do provide stick-built, site-built ramps to better improve their access into their home. So that is another program within that Kevin's staff, Kevin and his fellow staff manage as part of home rehab. So those are all both very good and rewarding programs that the city offers to our constituents. Thanks, Mayor.
Thanks, David. One last thing, Councilor Bencomo. This is why the census is so important, because this money comes from federal government and is a formula. And I think what was budgeted in the past was in the neighborhood of only $3 billion for the entire United States. So our share usually is in the ballpark of maybe a little bit more than $1 million total for home rehab and some other things, because we've even used it for sidewalks and some other issues. So I just wanted you to be aware there are limited numbers there, but still, nonetheless, this would be a great idea to when you have a few minutes to go knocking on a few doors with your mask on, and tell them about this program. Okay, so if no other further questions, Mayor Pro Tem, you're good? I think so. Okay.
Sorry,
then-
Mayor, I'm having trouble with my buttons here. They're sticking. So yes, no further questions.
Okay, great. Okay, if there's nothing further, Christine?
Motion to approve resolution 20-168. Counselor Abeyta-Stuvey,
Yes.
Counselor Vasquez,
Yes.
Counselor Bencomo,
Yes.
Counselor Sorg,
Yes.
Counselor Flores,
Yes.
Counselor Gandara,
Yes.
Mayor.
Yes. Okay, now we go to item 6.4, resolution 20-171.
Move to approve. This is Counselor Sorg.
Second. Councilor Gandara.
Motion made by Councilor Sorg, second by Mayor Pro Tem Gondara. And I believe Councilor Flores asked to have this removed. Did you have a question, Councilor, or did you want a full presentation on this? Councilor Flores, you need to unmute your.
Mute myself. No, I don't have a specific question. I received, I think you two received, or a few of it, I don't know, a request from Mr. Gregory Shervanik. And his email doesn't really seem to jive with this particular resolution.
I think it was, I think what Mr. Shervanik sent was on another resolution.
Well, it might have been, but it did say 20-171. But since we have pulled it, yes, I would like a presentation, just a brief presentation will do, since I will be getting questions on this. It is in my district.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Well, we have Delilah Walsh and Mr. Carl Clark will be presenting.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Delilah Walsh, Assistant Utilities Director, and I'm here with Carl Clark, our Deputy Director, and we'll just give a quick presentation on the Loman Properties Waste Cleanup Funding. On November 13th of 2017, the city approved Resolution 18-059, which authorized the purchase of 114 acres of land, which we now refer to as the Loman Properties, owned by the city of Albuquerque. It's located adjacent to the intersection of Paseo de Oñate and East Loman Avenue. The property during that sale was identified as a pre-1965 landfill and therefore requires environmental cleanup of known solid waste disposal areas in accordance with NMED guidelines. And this is all before the asset can actually be developed for future use. We do have some limited funding available from the Las Cruces Utilities Solid Waste Landfill Closure Fund. The total project cost reconciliation is going to be performed at the end of the project. And what I mean by that is when we complete waste excavation. At that time, that'll determine the final total against this proposed loan. We have placed a cap of $3 million right now based on our estimates. We don't plan to exceed that amount. However, the final reconciliation won't take place until September when we close the project. The resolution we're presenting today memorializes that loan of up to $3 million to be paid back in 4-year installments at a 3% interest rate. The reason we're doing this as a loan memorialization is that the funds came from the Solid Waste Landfill Closure Fund. These funds were generated from EGRT as well as ratepayer rates. So the fund must be reimbursed, so the monies are available for any post-closure liabilities related to our old landfill, not this particular site. Should NMED require future monitoring wells, methane remediation, anything related to that old landfill, this fund is where we get the money. So the payment, again, will be made in installments. That's how it's laid out. However, if the property is sold before the end of the loan period, Las Cruces Utilities will be reimbursed the full principal due. This is a site of the pre-65 landfill, or what we call Loman Properties. It is east of Loman and Roadrunner Parkway and directly south of the Mountain View Regional Medical Center. This phase of the project is for cleanup of waste areas 1, 2, and 3. You'll notice a waste area 4. However, that cost is estimated to be an additional $2.5 million to complete, so it's not included with this loan project. I will turn it over to Carl to talk a little bit more about the work being done out there. The one thing I do want to emphasize is through this project, we are keeping the funds local. Most of the contractors, with the exception of the asbestos remediation firm, are local. In addition to that, all GRT is paid in our location code within the city of Las Cruces, as well as the governmental GRT paid to South Central Solid Waste for disposal and tipping fees. And again, I'll turn it over to Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Mayor, councilors. Basically, I'm just going to give you a rundown of the project itself. So as Delilah said, we have several contracts going on with this project. A lot of the work is being done in-house. The excavation is done by solid waste employees, and then there's also a temp employee that we have hired out there to help with the cleanup. The contracts that we have in place are with Parkhill Smith and Cooper, who's our consultant on board with this project. Crosstown Construction is doing the hauling of the waste debris to the South Central Solid Waste and Cordelitos landfill. Then we have Kears, the remediation group. Brew Oil does the supplying of fuels to the equipment that we have out there in place. So the total combined contract cost is 1.2 million. We started this project back in March 18th of this year, and we estimate to be completed September 30th of this year. They're approximately 25% complete in regards to this project. I've included a photo there of the waste that we're encountering at the site. You can see the strata of waste in there. A lot of the waste seems to be just general construction debris, and then there was also a lot of plastic bread bags that are out there. I'm not sure if they were disposing of day-old bread or old bread out there in one spot, and so you see the remnants of it. Unfortunately, the plastic is still around from the 60s, so that's kind of disheartening. But we're keeping control of that and piling it all together and hauling it off. So total waste hauled is approximately 23,000 tons that we've moved out of there. Like I said, most of it's a lot of plastics. There's a lot of old bottles, tires, concrete debris. Most of the wood is kind of degraded. But we haven't seen anything strange or abnormal or any real hazardous materials. They picked up a few pieces of asbestos, but that was already taken care of by Kears, our remediation company, and we haven't really seen very much of it. We've already cleaned up cells, or the excavated cells 3 and 2 as part of this project. Those cells now have the dirt piled over it, but we're still sifting through the debris to haul it away. And then we'll move on to the next cell. The estimated tipping fees to South Central Solid Waste is 1.5 million. That's the weight going across their scales. So it's quite a bit. We also have contingency funds of 300,000. Move on to the next slide. The next slide is the actual construction project. You can see the excavator, the loader, and the bulldozer that are out there on the upper left. That's part of cell, I believe that's 3. Like I said, that's been cleaned out and we're sifting through all the debris right now. And you see the lower photo of the trucks that were lined up to haul that material out to South Central Solid Waste. We adjusted our plan slightly with the approval of NMED, and we brought in a sifter or screen to screen out a lot of the soil. So we ran into 85, 90% soil and 10% debris. So we were paying a lot of monies at the scales for soil to be taken to South Central Solid Waste. Now we're paying for more waste to be taken out there to South Central Solid Waste when it crosses the scale. It's helped us tremendously to sift through the waste. We also had some samples taken of the excavated area and the materials that we put back, and they came back clean. So we were happy with that, and the state was happy with what we had provided to them in regards to the samples. If there's any questions, I'm ready to answer if you have any.
Thank you, Carl. Before I go to questions, looks like someone has their, if you can mute your phone or whatever it is. Okay, good. So to some of the council members who weren't present when we bought this land, I think probably the only one is Councilor Sorg. So the acreage, although it says 114, we calculated 110. So if you take 110 acres at what the going price was when that hospital was built, which was $10 a square foot, and there's 43,560 square feet in an acre. So when you multiply those figures, you come up with 47,916,000. And so I know I estimated cleanup cost to be approximately 5 million, leaving us a gross profit, I mean, when I say gross, I'm just a flat profit. Of course, that's not real profit, control profit of 42,916,000. So what I'm just trying to get at is, at that time, the council was aware that these costs would be in the neighborhood of about 5 million. So I just thought I'd share that with you. Okay, Councilor Flores.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Walsh and Mr. Clark. So originally I didn't have any questions, but now I do. So Mr. Clark, you said that that samples were sent to wherever, to labs, and they came back safe, or they came back okay, or whatever. What exactly was sent, and where was it sent? What labs was it? Albuquerque or Santa Fe, or where is the lab located? What kind of samples, what kind of testing did they do? And the reason I'm asking is because I've received numerous, and I'm sure the city manager has too, and Mr. Mayor, numerous inquiries as to what's going on, because there have been rumors circulating that there's a lot of toxic waste there. And I know that you've done, I've been at least 2 presentations where you've made it abundantly clear that there isn't any toxic waste. But now that we have it, we can have this on the record, because our community meetings, or the meetings that you've put together through the utilities department or the enterprise, I don't think they're recorded, maybe they are. But if we could just get that on the record, it'd be very helpful to the residents of that area. And so can you answer that, Mr. Clark? What samples were, what were the samples tested for?
Okay, yes, I can answer that.
Did you say there was no asbestos?
So in the beginning of the project, we look back, the area was already tested to see what was in the ground. And so there was some asbestos that was located in the ground there. We didn't see really high levels of anything else, PCEs or anything like that. So once we removed the material and sifted through it, we went back and we tested again for those same constituents. And so those came out clean. And the lab we used, I believe we used it through our consultant, Park Hill Smith and Cooper. And the lab I believe they used was Hall Environmental. They're, I believe, out of Albuquerque. And so there were soil samples that were taken at various locations in order to cover the areas that we had excavated. And
excuse me, Carl, do you want to go back to that slide where you actually show the various areas, and maybe council can see those areas there?
Let me pan back here. Okay.
There you go.
So yeah, those are the waste areas. Waste area 3 and waste area 2, you see there. So those are the areas that we excavated, but those are also the B stands for borings. You see them in blue there, and that's where they bored to get soil samples and see how deep the waste was. So in that's where we took our soil samples and sent them off to a lab. That was done by another company, Terracon. They did that work, and so we got back the sampling, and it showed that there was some minor asbestos cement, and there was a couple other constituents in there, but at very low levels that we weren't concerned with. So that's why in fact, that's one of the reasons we went in there to clean it up, is because the levels were so low that we weren't really worried about it. So moving to this time now to the actual excavation, Park Hill Smith and Cooper, you can see the bottom right of that photo. Park Hill Smith and Cooper is the one that we're working with. They're a consulting firm that has done several landfill cleanups throughout the state. And so they have the experience. And so we pulled some samples with them in those areas, and we had them retested, and they came up clean. So that means that they didn't exceed any kind of levels that was alarming to the state. I don't have I can actually get those numbers. All the samplings that were previously done were posted on our website at one time. We've been very open about sharing this information. And so we'll be happy to post that information as well to show what we found so far. And this is only for waste areas 3 and 2. So we don't have an issue with posting that information to the public so they can see that. But we still have stockpiles of waste. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Clark. Excuse me for interrupting, but can you send that directly to me, to my
Yes,
here?
we can do that.
And then I can send it out to my constituents.
And if I may, Councilor Flores, and I want to kind of commend Dr. Garcia and his team for this. So keep in mind, we had no idea that Albuquerque was going to kind of throw this on us in the 11th hour. But Dr. Garcia already had worked with NMED, the environmental department, both from this aspect, but also from our water tables. It was very clear that there was no contamination whatsoever. And then that trash, if you look at it, really doesn't encompass all 110 acres. That's the beauty of this, was just really household trash, as was evident by the pictures that were shown. So, but for Albuquerque, they probably heard some of the rumors that you're hearing, that it was totally contaminated and they thought it was worthless. That's why they let us buy it for roughly, in my opinion, because we already had $500,000 saved for an additional $250,000. So even though it was really more, but in my opinion, it was $250 for a land that's worth $40 million after it's cleaned up. And this is, we'll talk about this later in another future meeting, but this is what is the beauty of this, is because they, if you look at the reports that was reported, they kind of said that was worthless land. It was an old landfill. They probably didn't even know. They didn't send anyone over here. They just took it for granted. It was just out somewhere. They didn't know it was right in the middle of the most expensive commercial area in the city. So it will forever go down as one of the council's best real estate purchase.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. You did a great job on that. People are going to really, going to applaud you even more.
I still remember Councilor Pedrosa. She was all, you know how she gets with her in her mouth, and she was little like, "You sure about this?" I go, and yeah, we knew that this was a good deal. So thanks for Dr. Garcia and team, because we didn't have that. That would have been yes, if we didn't. So we knew all this going in. That's why we bought it. They didn't know that we knew all this, and because we don't want to buy contaminated land, because then look at what we had to do. What if it was really contaminated? You've got the EPA breathing down our neck, and it's going to spend millions. But we were calculated risk, but we were 99% certain that it was going to be like this. So that all I wanted to convey was that we had scheduled or figured about $5 million or so to clean this up.
Yeah. Well, Mr. Mayor, as far as spending millions, we have, I think that what this is about today is about the utilities pretty much fronting all the expense at this point. And they've allocated, apparently there's a $3 million cap on the amount they're going to spend. That's what I understood. And so 25%, we're about 25% done on the complete. And then there's another 1.5 million that has to be spent on something else. And this is going to be done approximately September 2020. That's about the end date that they have. So 75% of the job is going to be done between now and September 20. And about, there's going to be approximately 2.5 million spent, has already been spent. And so what happens, Mr. Mayor or Mr. Clark or Ms. Walsh, you hit the $3 million cap, and then what happens? Do you keep doing the work, or do you come to city council and get money, or do you just hand the bills to us, or what happens at that point?
We give Dr. Garcia an IOU, and after we get things going, then we pay him.
Are you serious?
No, I'm just kidding. I'll let
Yeah, that's what I thought. So what's the real answer there? I just want to know what we're going to be looking at, because Mr. Mayor, you were saying that we would, it had really been bad, we would have spent millions, but we've already spent millions.
You know, and I'll let staff decide, you know, tell you where the money's coming from. But if you recall, this of course is in your district, and we haven't decided this yet. But my at that time, council's vision was that if we sell not the commercial end of it, but the other part of it goes into the Telshore fund to build to it again. Let's say we put another 10 million or so in there. Firstly, if you want to take it from the Telshore fund to pay these bills, because really that was what was going to, that's what's going, this land hopefully will be generating even more monies for that to also help out nonprofits and others. And that's where, you know, that's a possibility. But I didn't really know exactly where staff was going to get that money from. All I knew is that that was a good deal on land.
So do they know that now? Ms. Walsh or Mr. Clark, or I guess maybe, who would know that?
Madam Councilor, Delilah Walsh, Assistant Utilities Director. Mr. Mayor, essentially what will happen is the $3 million is our cap because we understand through our solid waste closure fund, that's the maximum we can support through the utility. So we do have to leave enough funds available for our closure plans as well as meeting enemy deregulations with our other sites. So that is the cap for City of Las Cruces utilities. As you may have noticed in the slide, we did put a $300,000 contingency, which is a really high contingency considering the scope of the project. However, we're very comfortable that we won't hit that limit. So we gave ourselves a pretty good cushion to get there. However, Mr. Mayor is correct in the fact that should we get anywhere near the 3 million, and I do want to assure you that we are tracking those funds weekly and in some cases daily, depending on the number of hauls going into South Central Solid Waste. We are communicating that right away, but we would have to go back to city staff and the council and find out where the remaining funds would go, because we do, as a utility, have that $3 million cap. However, we're available to continue to facilitate the project should it exceed, but the funds do have to come from City Hall.
Okay, and then whatever respective department determines our budget or finance or whatever would determine where that comes from. Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Clark, and thank you so much, Ms. Delilah Walsh, and thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Welcome. Mayor Pro Tem, looks like she's having trouble with her keyboard, but she wants to, I think she wants to speak.
I don't, Mayor. Sorry,
Oh,
I'm just letting you know I was having problems. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Okay, well, if there's no further questions, Christine?
This is on the motion to approve resolution 20-171. Councilor Duvey?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gandara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, so now we're going to go to 7.1, which is a public hearing. So it's 2:02 p.m. Public hearing is now in session. I don't believe we have anyone here who wants to talk either for or against transfer and ownership of and change of location of dispenser liquor license number 2647 to Strategic Restaurant Concepts, LLC, doing business as Bubba's 33, located at 510 South Telshore, Las Cruces, New Mexico, 88011. And as of about 11:30 or 11 a.m., I received no emails. Did you receive anything, Christine? Either for or against this transfer?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. Well, if with that, the public hearing is now closed. It's 2:03 p.m. And so I'll entertain a motion to adopt resolution number 20-172.
Move to
So
approve.
moved.
This is Councilor Sorg.
Seconded by Councilor Abeyta-Stuvey.
Okay, motion made by Councilor Sorg, second by Councilor Abeyta-Stuvey. If there's no further questions, Christine?
This is on the motion to approve resolution 20-172. Councilor Abeyta-Stuvey?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gandara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, now we're at 7.2, resolution number 20-173. Need a motion and a second, please.
So moved, Councilor Bencomo.
Second. Oh, Councilor Flores, second.
Okay, moved by Councilor Bencomo, second by Councilor Flores, and Mr. Matt signs, and David Cedillo signs, and David Cedillo will be discussing.
Good afternoon. Let me share my screen with you. There we go. So good afternoon, Mayor, members of Council, Administration. For the record, my name is Matthew Sines, Senior Budget Analyst with the Budget Office, and I'm here today to present the budget adjustments for June. So with these adjustments, there are no new programs or policy initiatives. The adjustments are focused on compliance and alignment. We do have a decrease in general fund expenditures. However, we are transferring out those funds to other funds. Once we review the budget adjustments, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. David Cedillo, who will review the capital improvement program amendments. Overall, what we're trying to accomplish today is to apply best practice. So I just want to point out that the amounts we are requesting today are located in the column with yellow text. Also, the type of transaction is indicated with E for expense, R for revenue, and T for transfer. We have a legend at the bottom for your convenience. So let's go ahead and get started. So from the general fund, economic development is looking to reimburse the cinematic infrastructure project for funds used for the Las Cruces Convention Center storage. These expenditures were unexpected, so we are looking to reduce expenditures in the general fund by $88,000 to make those funds available to transfer into the project on Fund 4005. Also from the general fund, economic development had some operational savings due to COVID in line items such as electricity and travel and professional services. So we are looking to use those funds for, as I mentioned, the additional solar photovoltaic installation by reducing the expenditures on the general fund by $265,000 and transferring those funds into the project on Fund 4005. Fund 2171, quality of life, saw an increase in home delivery and grab-and-go meals. So we are increasing revenues by $30,000 for the increase in the number of participants, also increasing expenditures by $30,000 for associated food cost. Fund 2403, seized assets, we are increasing revenue by $3,430 to budget for the investment income and share market value. These funds are a pass-through to the state of New Mexico. Also, we're actively working to close out this fund since we no longer maintain those. Fund 2421, DWI prevention, we are reconciling our revenue budget by $700. Fund 3280, Treasury Service, we are looking to budget the convention center's state share GRT bond refunding. So essentially what we're doing is refinancing the bond at an improved rate. So we are budgeting for the bond proceeds of $18.1 million, also expenditures of $19.3 million. The expenditures include the payment of the old debt as well as bond issuance cost. We're also closing out the fund from Fund 3281, the Treasury Services Reserve, which we will be transferring in $1.677 million. As you see below, Fund 3281, we have $12,504 for investment income and also the transfer out, as I mentioned, to close out the old debt. Fund 4634, Public Works, is looking to budget their 2020 municipal GRT bond. These bonds are used for streets and flood projects. In a moment, Mr. Cedillo will cover the breakdown of those projects. So we are looking to budget for the bond proceeds of $8.6 million, also for the expenditures of $8.6 million. The expenditures include $160,000 for bond issuance cost and $8.5 million is actually allocated to the projects. Lastly, Fund 6150, Fleet Services, we are, as part of our year-end cleanup, we are reducing revenues by $93,000. This budget was budgeted under 2 object codes, so we are looking to make a correction on that. So I'd like to thank you all for your time, and I want to turn it over to Mr. David Cedillo, who will cover the CIP amendments. David?
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you, Matt. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is David Cedillo, Interim Public Works Director for the record. And as Mr. Sines has stated, I will be going over those municipal bond projects for the record and their amounts. The first is Avenida Blanco in the amount of $450,000. Brown Farm Drainage in the amount of $500,000. East Mesa Recreation Complex Road in the amount of $3.2 million. The East Mesa Roads and Drainage in the amount of $500,000. The Mesquite Tornillo Drainage in the amount of $550,000. And the South Main Street Reconstruction Project in the amount of $3.3 million. The next amendment we have is for Jody Drive. This is between Richard Drive and Karen Avenue. This is a carryover adjustment from FY19 to FY20 in the amount of $14,287. We also have Karen Avenue between Doñana Road and the east end of Karen Avenue. This is also a carryover adjustment from FY19 to 20 in the amount of $51,386. Next is the cinematic infrastructure and soundstage. As Mr. Sines had mentioned, this is in the amount of $88,868. And lastly, the solar energy photovoltaic projects, which will increase by $265,000. What we have for you this afternoon are your standard council options, and both Mr. Sines and I are available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Any questions? Okay, seeing none. Christine?
This is on the motion to approve resolution 20-173. Councilor Beta-Stuvey?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gandara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, now we go to 7.3, Resolution 20-174.
Move to approve.
Okay, motion.
Second, Bencomo.
Second by Councilor Bencomo. And looks like Mr. William Blanchard will be making the presentation.
Good afternoon, William Blanchard, Budget Analyst, City of Las Cruces, and can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
The resolution before you is to accept 7 new grants and to adjust the budget. All of these grants are for the Quality of Life Department. First, they are receiving the Library National Endowment for the Arts Big Read 2020-2021 grant in the amount of $15,000. There is a $15,000 match that has already been budgeted in the general fund. This money will provide community activities surrounding the NEA Big Read campaign in the fall of 2020, utilizing the book When the Emperor Was Divine. The project will distribute approximately 500 books and will reach an estimated 800 people. Next, Senior Programs is receiving 3 grants from the New Mexico Aging and Long-Term Services Department. None of these have a match requirement. The first is $6,401 for a new oven in the Munson Senior Center. The second is $2,450 for a new steam table for the Henry Benavides Senior Center. And the third is $1,966 for a new steam table in the Frank O'Brien Papin Senior Center. Transit is receiving the Transit CARES Act 5307 funding grant for $6,026,321. This is federal funding through the CARES Act to provide 100% reimbursement for Roadrunner Transit. Roadrunner Transit will utilize funding for all operating expenses from April 1 forward. There is no match requirement for this funding. Senior Programs has been awarded the Non-Metro Area Agency of Aging grant in the amount of $133,491. This is funding through the Federal CARES Act to provide senior programs with funding for nutrition, caregiver, and supportive services. Lastly, they've also been awarded the Meals on Wheels America Senior Nutrition Funding Grant in the amount of $25,000. This funding will be used to provide senior nutrition services for senior programs during the COVID-19 crisis. And with that, here are your council options. I will stand for questions and also have representatives from the departments available to answer your questions.
Thank you, William. Any questions? It looked like you have any questions. Okay, Christine?
This is on the motion to approve resolution 20-174. Councilor Abeta Stuvey,
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez,
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo,
Yes.
Councilor Sorg,
Yes.
Councilor Flores,
Yes.
Councilor Gondeta,
Yes.
Mayor.
Yes. Okay, now we go to 7.4, resolution 20-175. Need a motion second, please.
Move to approve.
Second by Flores.
Okay, motion made by Councilor Sorg, second by Councilor Flores. And I don't know if Alex or Alex Liu or Eric Martin are gonna start the presentation.
Okay, this is Eric Martin. Is the screen sharing properly?
Yes.
Okay. Alex Liu will be doing the introduction for the presentation and as far as the procurement, and then I will be picking up the balance from there.
Thank you, Eric. This is Chenyu Alex Liu with Purchasing Section. Today I'm going to present you the procurement for energy saving performance contract, ESPC project for the city of Las Cruces. This is actually utilizing a New Mexico statewide pricing agreement number 90-000-18-0017AC. The master agreement time is last from June 13, 2019 to June 12, 2023. With that, I'll pass on to Eric.
Thank you, Alex. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of council. This is Eric Martin, Facilities Management Administrator for the Public Works Department. Just a little bit of background on our project. As you recall, back in 2019, the city initiated an energy efficiency audit to be conducted by Johnson Controls, and that included buildings, parks, and utility bills. And that investment grade audit, which is what we call it, has been completed and submitted both to us and to the state of New Mexico for review. In 2020, back here in April, we received our certification letter from the state of New Mexico Energy, Minerals, and Natural Resources Department. Basically, they serve as a third-party auditor. So what they do is they go through both as the department as well as one of their subcontractors, and they review the audit to make sure that the engineering assumptions and everything looks and appears appropriate, and that the calculations that are used to determine payback periods and things meet the spirit and intent of the energy efficiency audit program. So they've approved it, and they do recommend approval to implement the project. So why are we going down this path, and what is an ESPC? It is a method of procurement. So basically, we had an audit, and then from that audit, we now have a scope of work of the type of things that need to be done in order to allow us to receive these energy efficiency benefits and be able to move forward. So it allows those improvements to be made today, and we make payment for it over a specific term. And basically the savings or revenues generated from the retrofits and the upgrades pay for those improvements. Why do we call it performance contracting? It's because these results are guaranteed by the vendor, which in this case would be Johnson Controls. So basically, over the long term right now, we're picking up all of our energy efficiency costs. We now implement the program and make those payments. And then in the end, those payments, of course, go to zero, and the city continues to benefit from those savings and revenues beyond that time. The first energy efficiency measure, or ECM, are lighting improvements. And so as you see here, we'll be going through and basically replacing or retrofitting over 9,000 indoor and outdoor lighting fixtures. These are both within buildings as well as in parks that have lighting systems. They'll also be installing new lighting occupancy sensors in a number of buildings and upgrading that lighting at over 110 locations, including parks. City Hall will also get a new lighting control system, which should help immensely. And we are also including our nonprofits, Community of Hope and La Casa, as part of this program. The second energy efficiency measure is the energy management system. And what those do is bring together our larger and critical buildings into a single control system, basically to 35 different facilities. And what this will allow us to do is for city staff to be able to monitor, receive emails, texts, things like that, to see what's going on with the system. And in our ideal scenario, we'll know before a site tells us whether or not there's a problem with the air conditioning. We'll actually be able to dispatch staff ahead of time to take care of those things. Also, the systems can operate standalone. So although everything would be linked together primarily via our fiber optic network, if for some reason an area goes down, those systems at that site would continue to operate. For HVAC upgrades, we have a lot of units that are out there, and so they would be replacing rooftop and split system units. So a total of 91 new. Also, they would be replacing refrigerant in those systems and other systems to bring us current with the types of refrigerant that needs to be used. That'll help us with our environmental controls there. And then there's additional HVAC needs at 23 facilities. So Fire Station 1, they would basically demolish and upgrade the existing air handling system. That should eliminate a number of the issues that we've had at that location and keeping older equipment operational. Municipal Court, we will be installing some improvements there as well that can be used both with the existing municipal court building and could be reutilized in some form if the municipal court were to move to another location. And then with changing out these units and putting other preventive maintenance measures in place, that will also yield improved indoor air quality as well. City Hall, as each of you have probably experienced at different areas, we do run into some warm zones, some cool zones. And so part of this program would be to replace 34 of those water source heat pumps and to improve some of the control systems that we have there. Same thing with the original aquatic center. And then at fire stations 2, 4, and 5, for those high bay areas where the fire apparatus are stored, we would do or install new ground mounted evap coolers. So that way we're minimizing any water leaks and water sitting on the roof, as well as from a maintenance perspective. This will be safer for our team to get out there and maintain them so that we're not always climbing up on roofs everywhere. And then at the police academy at this point, we plan to add refrigerated air to the gym versus the evaporative that's there right now. And then part of this process, and it's listed basically is at no cost to us, is to review any remaining streetlight accounts and to look at rate schedules that might yield benefits to us in terms of savings there as well. So the benefits, as you see here, this is an opportunity for us to replace outdated infrastructure and equipment, improve both our indoor and outdoor environments. And when we say that, we'll have improved heating and cooling in the end for a lot of locations. And when it comes to lighting, with the newer LED lighting that's out there, especially in parks, we will not need to replace lighting nearly as often as we do with some of the, the high pressure sodium lights that we see now. And we will also have those operating cost reductions that would go with that. So this does support our City Council strategic plan and our Public Works Department facility management plan in terms of assessing and upgrading facilities and trying to bring them current and make sure that we maintain our investment in those assets. It'll improve customer service for us in terms of not only will our customers have more consistent heating and cooling and lighting, that also means our staff can also focus on other areas that need service. And it helps us by meeting our renewable energy goals, by reducing our current city electrical baseline. And then there's also an opportunity for us to receive rebates from El Paso Electric on this as well. And then each year, our vendor, which is Johnson Controls, would come back and present to City Council annual savings reports that include the actual savings versus the guarantee and where we stand. So at this point in time for project implementation, we would issue a notice to proceed in July. Right now, we're waiting for the bond proceeds, which we anticipate based on talking with the Treasurer's Office, we expect to have by June 29th. Then there will be a budget adjustment that'll take place in July to accept those funds and establish those budgets as part of fiscal year 21. And we'll then put the purchase order together as soon as those funds are posted. So we anticipate that to take place in July. It is a 14-month project. And so with a planned notice to proceed July of this year, then the project would basically run through about August of 2021. Staff has already been looking at how we can best use SharePoint and our group areas in Outlook to allow for document management, communication, and tracking. As part of our customer service approach, there will be a lot of coordination with different departments so that we minimize the impact to their daily operations, as well as having consistent routine planning and update meetings for those areas. And in addition, we'll also be through our public information office and other venues as appropriate, we'll be performing citizen notification so that our citizens also know where we're at in these projects, as well as anticipated activities that they might run into, and the same thing with city staff. So city staff will be working with the different sites and monitoring. Johnson Controls will also be tracking with us those measured project benefits. We'll be able to gather a lot of that information through our energy management systems as well. And annually, JCI will provide an annual report with an executive overview and a summary analysis of the project benefit accounting, as well as analysis of those calculations and results, and then a presentation to City Council to show where we're at and what kind of progress has been made. Basically, these are some highlights here, as you can see, as part of our sustainability efforts by going down this path and engaging in energy efficiency. Then you can see some of the improvements by reducing our carbon footprint in these different areas, whether it's oil consumed or energy use of a number of homes for 1 year, et cetera. So the overall contract cost that's being considered for today is $9.329 million and $624,000. The city has a contribution of $1.15 million, and those numbers are 50,000 of that comes from our 1400 fund, which is facility maintenance. We also have Fund 4005, which is where $550,000 would come from, and that's community investment projects. And then under Fund 4228, there would be another $550,000 that would be planned to come from hold harmless gross receipts taxes from the initial issuance in 2015. So with that, simple payback on all these numbers here is about 16.6 years. We anticipate, based on the equipment and everything that'll be submitted to El Paso Electric, we do anticipate a rebate of about $269,000 when we're done. So with that, I've got the standard council options for you. Also with me today, I also have Peter Franklin from Moldrell Sperling, if you've got specific questions about the contract and its form. Also have Harry Romine from Johnson Controls, who was the project manager on this project. And I would also like to say thank you to all the different city departments that participated in the various discussions and presentations and roundtables on what we might do as part of this project, as well as those departments that provided help and guidance and support to move this forward. So with that, I'll be glad to stand for any questions.
Thanks, Eric. Can you go back to the last slide before I go to Councilor Sorg? There you go. So just as a reminder, and we've already passed the resolution to move forward to get the money to purchase a lot of this equipment. I think I'm going to be signing some documents either later this month or next month. But just as a reminder, Mr. Romine is the fella with the checkbook that if they don't come through with this projected savings, he writes the difference. Just thought I'd throw that out there. So with that, Councilor Sorg, you have a question?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, well said. That's the way it works, these performance contracts. Just this morning, I was on a Zoom meeting with the Solar and Energy Efficiency Working Group of our New Mexico Sustainability Coalition. And they have, we're going through a 12 ways to save energy in New Mexico and cities and so forth. And one of them was this performance contracting. Santa Fe and Albuquerque were on the meeting, and they actually looked to us wanting to know how this performance contracting is going to work. So so we're actually doing this where they are not yet, but they're all looking at doing it too. And so it's a good thing because it's something that is easy to do or easier to do because of some state legislation that was passed to do this. So anyway, once again, Las Cruces is in the forefront of saving energy. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Any questions? Okay, seeing none. Wow. Christine.
This is on the motion to approve resolution 20-175. Councilor Beta-Stuvey?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gandara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, so now we're going to go to 7.5, resolution 20-176. Need a motion?
So moved, Bencomo.
Second by Flores.
Okay, motion made by Councilor Bencomo, second by Councilor Flores. And looks like Mandy Gus will be presenting.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. I'm Mandy Gus with the Economic Development Department. I'm going to share my screen. So what we have before you today is a TID intent to form resolution. And so what I'm going to start with is a little bit of background on what is a TID and how does a TID work. I realize that some of this will be familiar to you as we've shared it in other presentations, but if you're like me, a reminder is always helpful. So let me start. There we go. So for starters, what tax increment development district? The state of New Mexico allows us to do tax increment development districts through the Tax Increment for Development Act. It is a tool that allows local governments to invest in public infrastructure to support private development. It is a funding mechanism that can pay for construction, operation, and maintenance of public infrastructure that are within the boundaries of a TID district. The investments are made with the increase in property or gross receipts tax that occur as a result of the development. Next slide is my favorite slide. It's a visual representation to talk about how does a TID work. It starts off with a majority landowner vote to say we want to do a TID. If there is, in the case of the one I'm working on and presenting to you today, where there's one owner, the vote can actually be waived. Then what happens is we take a baseline of the current gross receipts tax and property tax rates, as you can see in the chart in orange. And that is the amount of money that the general fund will always and continue to receive based no matter what happens with the TID. Once the development occurs, revenues are generated and reinvested in the district. And as the revenue and the taxes go up, you can see in the green portion, that's new, it's the increment. And a portion of that increment, usually up to 75%, gets reinvested into the district, but 25% of that continues to go to the general fund. So the general fund never loses money, but they do benefit as the increment goes up. It's important to note that a tax increment development district is not a new tax. There's no new taxes in that district. They're just distributed differently. What are some benefits of a TID? It's a mechanism to help us attract development. If we can finance, again, the public infrastructure that supports that private development. General fund does not lose money. The investments are paid for by capturing the increase in property taxes and gross receipts tax. I know I said it, but I'll say it again. It does not increase the tax rate. And it's really important to focus that benefits are that these are all for public infrastructure and improvements. They are not used to pay for private development. So what areas are best suited for a TID? A lot of times what would be best suited is an area that is underutilized. It has empty space or underutilized building. Something that has a lot of increment potential. If we develop this area, we're going to improve our property taxes, and we're also going to grow our gross receipts tax. And also an area that has public infrastructure needs, because that is what the funds can be used for. One of the best practices when considering a TID is the but-for test, that this development or these improvements would not happen but for the TID. And so we want to keep that in mind as we make those decisions. Some things to note, in last year, we actually started talking to the developer that we're presenting today, and realized that our city did not have any guidelines for a developer-driven TID. We had a TID in downtown, but we had nothing in place to allow us to work with a developer. And so we followed some of the other municipalities in the state, Rio Rancho, Albuquerque, even the county, Doña Ana County, and created our own guidelines, which was adopted by City Council in December 2019. Things that must happen in order for this application to come to fruition is there's a pre-application meeting with city staff where we look to see if this makes sense. An application is submitted that includes the TID plan, a financing plan and schedule, as well as a lot of feasibility and market studies. There is an application and approval process where the developer must pay application fees and any hard costs that the city incurs going through this. There's a development agreement that clearly states what the city will do or what the TID will do and what the developer will do. And then it must come to city council for approval, for review and approval. TID operations and debt financing, one of the things that is outlined in this guidelines is that the developer will pay and the TID will pay any administrative expenses that are incurred in order to get this moving forward. To give you a background of the project that we're talking about today, in 2018, the City Council adopted the Apodaca Blueprint. And I think this is important because the Apodaca Blueprint involved a lot of public engagement. Public input was given and people found out what they wanted to do with that area. And so in focus area A of the Apodaca Blueprint, which is the area that we're talking about with the TID today, it did exactly what the Apodaca Blueprint was designed to do. It helped us find interest and brought interest in the area for redevelopment. So I mentioned earlier that we have spoken with a developer. The developer showed interest and said they would be interested in pursuing TID, creating a TID. In September of last year, we did a work session on TID and talked about needing to adopt guidelines. In December of last year, we did in fact adopt those guidelines in the process for how to move forward. In early December of last year, we had a joint meeting with the city, with the county, and with the developer about the project, and received the full application in January. We had originally talked about possibly doing it quickly in order to meet the deadline for tax and rev to have the TID start in July of this year. But we realized very quickly that due to the need for review by outside counsel, by financial analysts, and some back and forth on negotiating points, that we would need the additional time. And so we worked with the developer. Instead of trying to rush through, we wanted to make sure we did it correctly and did our due diligence. So we took the time between January and early May to work through those details. And on May 20th, we presented this TID application to the Finance Select Committee. And now we're bringing it to council for the intent to form resolution. Some highlights for this specific TID application. It is, again, I mentioned in the Apodaca Blueprint, a lot of the plan follows that idea and those things that came out of public engagement for what we want that area to look like. It does fall in an opportunity zone, and we know that when the opportunity zones were established by the governor, those were areas that were ripe for development and needed, and so there's some federal opportunities to help development in those areas. It is in our infill area, which we know we're always trying to do more development in and reduce sprawl. LC Nova is the company that is the developer that's requesting TID formation. There are no voters in this district, and they are the majority landowner. It is a mostly vacant and underutilized area with very little activity and high potential for growth in property taxes as well as gross receipts taxes. Wanted to show you a visual map of the area. The one on the left just shows the black outline so you can see where we're talking. We're talking about, again, we're next to the green section here is Apodaca Park. And then this is Main Street as it turns into Highway 70. So you can get an idea of where we are. The map on your right shows some proposed development, including the streets that they would like to build. The red is Samaritan, that would be the main arterial through the development. Hart is here in green, Mercy in blue, and Legacy in orange, which will also be main arterial through the development. The TID plan includes things like the hospital, which, as we all know, is mostly built now, a new hospital in town. But other things to come through the development will be multifamily housing, senior living facilities,
office space, retail space, which would include some big box retail, some grocery retail, restaurant, and also some entertainment. So in order to support those private developments, there are proposed public improvements, some of which are road improvements, of which I pointed out when we looked at the map. Interchange improvements, one on Main Street and Samaritan, which is the one that's actually been completed. And then there will have to be a new interchange on Solano and Samaritan. There will have to be some drainage, water retention infrastructure, some public parking, and some public spaces such as parks and trails. One of the things I'd like to talk to you about is the public parking. It's one of the things that is needed for this development to be successful. There needs to be parking availability. But from the city's perspective, we own a lot of parking in our downtown area, and we realized that long-term maintenance was not something that the city wanted to get into. However, as we worked with the developer through negotiations, we have it as a public improvement. It would be owned by the city and maintained by the TID. And at the end of the useful life of the parking, then we would go back to the developer. So this will not be a maintenance cost that is a burden to the city in the long term. Here's some proposed costs. On the left, you can see the public improvements broken out by streets, by the interchanges, some of the water, the parking, and the public community areas. One of the items I would like to bring up to City Council is in the original TID plan, there was a request to pay for some of the streets that have already been completed as part of the development. And we went back and forth, and again, I mentioned that but-for test, that some of the improvements would not happen but for the creation of the TID. And so we negotiated that we would not pay for some of the roads that have already been completed. However, the city staff would recommend that we do pay for the interchange at Samaritan and Main Street, and we do pay for Samaritan Street because those are integral to the success of the project overall. Here, and this is another chart from the TID plan talking about the tax increment that they're requesting to be pledged. You'll see that there is GRT and property taxes from both the city and the county. Since the beginning of this process in December, the developer has made clear that they are requesting this from both the city and the county. These items, including using the same legal team, as well as the same financial analyst.
Still there, Mandy?
She froze, I think.
Sure.
That or her internet is going out.
Mayor, can you hear me?
Yes. I can now. Is this you, Mandy? Okay, well, I don't know if Dr. Martinez is there who wants to finish this, or David Dollahan, or David Mestis. I think we have the gist of it, though.
Mayor?
Yes.
Mayor, I apologize that everybody froze and I got kicked out of Zoom. I'm sorry. I will go back to my presentation. Can you tell me the last thing that you heard so I can make sure I don't skip information?
You were on a page that had the list of some items. You were talking about how, last I heard, you were talking about how the city and county use the same legal team to move forward on this.
Okay, good. Then we did not miss much. We use the same legal team, and we also use the same financial analyst to go through that. So what I have in front of you, the slide, it's really important throughout the process that the city.
Excuse me, Mandy.
Yeah.
We don't have that. We don't have your screen now. We just have your picture.
well, let's try sharing my screen again.
Okay. Nothing yet?
All right, how about now?
No.
You think after 3 months of being on Zoom, we would have figured this out already?
Is my screen sharing? Because my computer says
No.
it is.
Mm-mm. Just your picture.
All right, well, let me open up the presentation on my computer and try this one more
Would
time.
you like me to try sharing my screen?
Sure, if you'd like to do that.
That was Barbara De Leon.
Oops, hold on just a second.
There you go.
Actually, that's the.
Oh, that's the application.
I apologize. Let me find the one.
A quick intermission on the presentation.
You know what? If you'd like, I can go ahead and read some public comments while you're looking to get that going.
Oh, Mandy, I apologize. I can't get to that presentation.
I'm also trying, so let's see which one, who gets first to it.
There's still, is it, has a screen share come up?
Yes, the screen is coming now.
Okay, I think then mine, I just needed to close it and restart it. So we talked about this page, which had the different taxes that were available from the city and the county. And now I'm going into the importance of the city and the public funds being protected. So is everyone seeing the same page that I am seeing now? The city and public protected?
Right, that's where you left off right there.
Excellent. Okay, so thank you. Sorry about that hiccup. So we had legal review by outside counsel with our with Modrell Sperling. They helped us review the application overall, and we wanted to make sure that we have a clear development agreement and a clear operations and management agreement, and so they helped us to go through and achieve that. We had a financial analysis by Hilltop Securities to help us determine that we and the developer were in a sound financial position to move the project forward. We had all of the feasibility studies were turned into us prior to COVID-19 and the pandemic. And so the financial analyst asked us to please, actually asked the developer to please update those information with the impact that COVID-19 would have on the project. So we were not from old numbers, so we did do that. And there were also financial documents from the developer, which were provided to our financial analyst to review things that the city didn't want to have in its possession because it would be subject to IPA request, but we want to make sure that those items were in fact reviewed, which is why we worked with this financial analyst. Another thing going forward, the TID board will have city representation. As you all know, the downtown TID is made up completely of city council. That would not be the case for this TID. It would instead have a couple of representatives from the developer, a couple of representatives from the city, and then a Department of Finance appointee. So items, again, we mentioned, and I want to come back to these items to be considered. We talked about the but-for test, and it is important to note that some development has been completed on that spot. However, I do not, staff does not believe that that would continue without the TID. And we also don't believe that it would happen with the speed at which we would like that development to incur. So when we consider the but-for test, I do believe that the TID will, this development would not happen without it. The public improvements that are looking to be funded is about $42 million. And then the ongoing operations, which would be up to about the same 50 million over the lifespan of the TID. But the entire private development is at least 457 million, and which is when we're looking at economic development, that's something that we always want to consider, that the public funds actually spur private investment and private funds. What does this mean to the general fund? One of the things that was really important from our financial analyst was the importance of net new taxes for the city, because if we have new businesses that open there and new development that increases the property tax, all of that increment is positive for the city. What is not positive is if we have a company that moves from another location outside the district into that district, because it shows kind of a false increment. So one of the things that we asked of the developer in that analysis is to make projections of how much of those development would be net new, meaning that it did not come from another place in the city, but it's actually new to Las Cruces overall. And there is a small percentage that we believe will be moving. So originally, the request was that property and gross receipts tax be at 75%, which is the max increment that can be requested. But understanding that there would be some movement, we actually negotiated.
Uh-oh, Mandy, I think we lost you again.
Yep, we did.
Okay.
Mayor, I'm gonna share my screen. This is
Yes.
Griselda Martinez.
Yes, Dr. Martinez, okay.
Let me see if that's possible with Mandy sharing her screen there. Adrian, can you help me? Because I don't see the option of sharing
Yeah.
screen.
Yeah, I'm trying to stop her screen share, but there we go.
I just
Okay.
did that.
Mandy, I'll share my screen and then you can finish the presentation, because I think that's what's
Slowing me
preventing.
down.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mandy, if you turn off your video, it might help improve.
I can do that.
Yeah.
That was Councilor Bencomo speaking.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilor Bencomo. So items to be considered, I'm not sure what the last thing that you heard me talk about was.
I think you're on that screen.
Okay.
You were on the last bullet, Mandy. You were on
the last bullet. Thank you.
Next steps? No, you were on the last bullet point here.
Okay, so it was important for us to have net new so that businesses did not move from somewhere else in the city into this district, because that would show a false increment. And given the projections of the developer, we negotiated, instead of 75% of all increment, which would be both property tax and GRT, we reduced the GRT increment to 70%, which it makes a difference of about, if I remember correctly, $10 million over the life of the TID, and we thought that was really important. So moving into the next slide, Griselda, you can go. So here are our next steps. Today we have this intent to form resolution, which is really step one of the public process. And the TID statute from the state requires that we have an intent to form resolution come to council. And then at that time, the TID plan is on file at city clerk, and we open it up for public to review and public to give comment. And it has to be available from anywhere between 30 to 60 days. At that time, we will have to have a public hearing similar to what we do with the alcohol type resolutions, like the one that was done in earlier in today's council meeting. So our formation resolution and that public hearing would be scheduled for the July 20th City Council meeting. We will be required to bring an ordinance to council to dedicate those tax increments, and we would bring the first read on July 20 and then the adoption on August 3rd. The submission for the formation has to be submitted to the New Mexico Tax and Revenue 120 days in advance of its starting. So our deadline for that is the beginning of September. And then the TID would be formed on January 1st in 2021. And so with that, we'll go to the next step into your council options, which are yes, no, amend, and table. And one of the items that we would like to bring up, if we do table it, we do have to meet certain deadlines for this application. And so we want to keep in mind that if those changes are made, it does put some of our timeline in jeopardy. So we should be aware of that. I would like to let you know, Mayor and Council, that we do have on the phone from the developer, we have Ashley Solt. And I don't know who else from her team is joining her, but if there are questions specific to the development, they are available for question as well.
Thank you, Mandy. So before I take questions from council, I'd like to read three comments that came in. Let's see here. I'll start with from Eva St. John. And this is sent on June 14th. It says, Dear Mayor and City Council, City of Las Cruces issued a news release Friday, June 12th, announcing the City Council would be creating its intent to form a new Tax Increment Development District, or TID, for the development of the former Las Cruces Country Club property on Monday, June 15th. Information about the City Council vote on Monday appeared in the Las Cruces Sun News on Saturday, June 13th. Resolution number 20-176 on the City Council agenda for Monday, June 15th at 1 p.m. includes a link to the PDF of the resolution and its attachments, which is 229 pages long. Furthermore, the resolution needs to be reviewed in conjunction with the Royal Crossing Concept Plan 2020 Planned Unit Development, which is not included with the resolution. The PUD concept plan was only made available to the public on Thursday, June 11th. This timeline is totally inadequate to make this information widely available to the residents of the City of Las Cruces for public review and comment before consideration by the City Council. For that reason alone, Resolution 20-176 must be tabled. Furthermore, the current restrictions on public participation due to COVID-19 means more, not less, effort needs to be made to ensure adequate public input in this critical decision. Based on the limited time available for the review and the limited materials provided, the following are just some of the concern Resolution 20-176 raises. Number one, there is no reason for a, quote, a resolution declaring the intent to consider for adoption the approving of the formation of the Royal Crossing Tax Increment Development District, approving subject to further proceedings of the City Council, a tax increment development plan for the district, identifying the purpose of the district, the rate of any property tax increment financing mechanisms and gross receipts tax increments and property tax increments proposed to secure bonds, loans, advances, or any other indebtedness incurred by the district. The City Council, end quote. The City Council can consider the appropriateness of forming a Royal Crossing TID at any time without a resolution. This is just the first step in developers' efforts to get the city to legally commit to their plan for a TID that will transfer the responsibility for financing a significant percentage of this private development to the city, the county, and the state taxpayers. Approving Resolution 20-176 may trigger a legal obligation to set up a public hearing regarding the formation of the TID within a specific time frame. The current restrictions on public participation due to COVID-19 makes assuming such a legal obligation inappropriate. Number two, there needs to be a thorough review of the guidelines and procedures for the use of the TIDs passed by the City Council as resolution number 20-069 in December 2019, determine whether the proposed TID complies with those guidelines and procedures, particularly with regard to the transparency of the proposed TID, and determine whether it would benefit the public good. Number three, there needs to be thorough review of the state of New Mexico's tax increment for Development Act to determine whether the proposed TID complies with the requirements of that statute. Number 4, there are significant discrepancies between the information contained in the Royal Crossing Concept Plan 2020 Plan Unit Development and the Tax Increment Development Plan for the Royal Crossing Tax Increment Development District dated May 26, 2020. These discrepancies must be resolved before a decision can be made with regard to the proposed TID. Number 5, the petition and application for approval of the formation of the Tax Increment Development District by Royal Crossings does not include the financial feasibility study exhibit number 4 and market demand study exhibit number 5 referenced in the petition and application. These exhibits are critical for an assessment of the appropriateness of the formation of the proposed TID. Number 6, the TID schedule of proposed public improvements table 1A cannot be accurate because there has been no approval of a traffic impact analysis or TIA or rezoning that would be required to make the proposed public improvements. Requesting the formation of the proposed TID before the approval of the TIA and rezoning is putting the cart before the horse. Number 7, the TID development schedule of proposed private improvements table 1B cannot be accurate because there has not been no approval of a traffic impact analysis or TIA or rezoning that would have required to make the proposed private improvements. Requesting the formation of the proposed TID before approval of a TIA and rezoning is putting the cart before the horse. Same thing, no, a little bit different. Number 8, section 4, the developer is asking for all public improvements that have been made since the property was acquired from the Las Cruces Country Club and all proposed public improvements to be made for the life of the TID to be financed, paid, and or reimbursed by the TID. In other words, they are asking the taxpayer funds to pay 100% of all costs, including soft costs, financing, and carrying costs. Further research needs to be done to determine if this is contrary to the original terms of the approval of the TIA and conditional zoning of the 30.75 acres of the property that includes the hospital. Number 9, the developer is proposing that the cost of all public parking areas be financed, paid, and or reimbursed by the TID, including one or more parking structures with approximately 1,000 parking stalls and approximately 2,220 surface parking stalls. Ownership of public parking would revert to the applicable property owner upon termination of the district in accordance with the TID infrastructure development and acquisition agreement between the city, the district, and the developer. In other words, for-profit property owners would be the beneficiary of the taxpayer revenues used to pay for those public parking spaces during the life of the TID. This also highlights the need for a thorough review of the TID infrastructure development and acquisition agreement between the city, the district, and the developer before a decision can be made with regard to the proposed TID. Number 10, the TID cost summary of the project of the public improvements table 2 reflect a grand total of $41,849,521 of taxpayer revenue, city, county, and state would have been spent to support this for-project development. The TID cost summary of operations and maintenance table 3 reflects a grand total of $1,193,070 of taxpayer revenues that would be spent annually. This proposed TID would give the developer a blank check to be paid with city, county, and state taxpayer revenues as long as the TID is in place. The taxpayer revenues devoted to the TID are funds that would be otherwise be available to serve residents of New Mexico, Doña Ana County, and the city of Las Cruces. There needs to be a thorough assessment of this proposed costs and benefits to determine whether the proposed TID would provide sufficient benefits to justify this cost and loss of taxpayer revenue. Number 11, the proposed financing plan in section 5 appears to be for the TID district to incur and or issue gross receipts tax increment bonds and or property tax increment bonds and or loans, advances, and other indebtedness based on the dedication of gross receipts tax increments and property tax increments from the city, county, and state. There needs to be a thorough assessment of the proposed financing plan in a way that can be understood by the city councilors and the public before an educated decision can be made with regard to the proposed TID. Number 12, the proposed land uses in table 7 do not match the figures in the Royal Crossing Concept Plan 2020 Planned Unit Development. These discrepancies must be resolved before a decision can be made with regard to the proposed TID. Number 13, there is no explanation of the true basis for the employment projections in tables 8A and 8B other than they are based on assumptions from the IM Plan economic modeling system. These numbers are meaningless unless they are based on true market demand for the housing, offices, retail, hospital, and other proposed uses. Furthermore, these uses and employees would most likely be taken from existing local businesses. In other words, the TID would use taxpayer revenues to support an out-of-state for-profit developer at the expense of existing local businesses, unless the developer can prove that this would not be the case. The City of Las Cruces should not form a TID for this development. I hope that you will seriously consider these concerns and table Resolution 20-176 until these have been addressed. Sincerely, Eva Nevadas St. John, President, Country Club Neighborhood Association. I have two more and then we'll open up for discussion. Next one is from Jeff Steinborn. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. In addition to some of the concerns you've heard about the proposed TID, I'd like to add several. I'm concerned about this proposal would create a precedent for a private developer. Number one, taxpayers would seem to be subsidizing $100,000 a year of developer marketing costs, page 70. Number two, the TID board approved procurement doesn't follow the procurement code. Item B, procurement code is inapplicable to construction contracts pursuant to NMSA 1978, section 5-15-12.b, 2006. The district may enter into construction contracts as well as any other contracts necessary to carry out the district's authorized powers on such terms and with such persons as the district board determines to be appropriate. Number three, the city findings seem to inaccurately state that it will meet workforce housing where the proposal previously explicitly states that there will be no workforce housing. I also question item 4, page 203. D, the tax increment development plan reasonably protects the interests of the city in meeting its goals to support 1, job creation, 2, workforce housing, 3, public school facility creation improvement, including the creation and improvement of facilities for charter schools, and 4, underdeveloped area or historical area redevelopment. Item 4, public parks would be financed by the TID and not the developer, page 68. Number 5 is a question. Don't developers usually pay for road construction costs? Why are we asking taxpayers to fund that? Given the well-documented financial capacity of the developer and stated financial viability of the commercial project, why is this needed? Thanks, Jeff Steinborn. The last email is from Allison Mann, as well as Peg Kenny. Pretty much it's the same email because they both belong to the same board. I am a board member and former president of the Belton Bridge Center, which is located in the Apodaca Blueprint Zone, 1214 East Madrid. We currently pay almost $2,800 in annual taxes to the city of Las Cruces for a building that is used by senior citizens to play bridge. Because of the COVID-19 virus, we can't even open our doors to our members. We are very concerned that the city council will vote to ask its citizens to once again pay for infrastructure through increased taxes that private investors should have taken responsibility for in planning with the city. In addition, the public was first notified on Friday, June 12th in the paper that this issue would be discussed at tomorrow's city council meeting. What happened to the transparency and the ability of concerned citizens to have a time to speak to this issue? Please table this discussion so voices can be heard. Signed by Allison Mann and Peg Kenny, treasurer. So with that, I'll turn it over to members of the board. Do you have any questions? No questions? Nobody has any questions?
Well, if nobody else wants to say anything, I will.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councilor. Mayor. Yeah, let me go to Mayor Pro Tem. I forget, she's going to text me. So Mayor Pro Tem.
Sorry, I couldn't get there fast enough.
Mayor Pro Tem, yeah, well, her keyboard's sticking. Mayor Pro Tem Gondara and then Councilor Sorg.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mandy, Economic Development Department, and those that worked on this for almost nearly a year. I know that I received a call from the developer early on, probably early spring, maybe late winter, asking what my opinion would be of this. And of course, I'd want to see infill project, absolutely. That space, the 93 acres, continues to be an eyesore. Can be problematic in windy days, right, with the environment and people who might have chronic illnesses and such. I hear that quite a bit. But I do have some concerns, and I'd like to ask some questions. Griselda and Mandy, I'm not sure, Mandy, if you can hear me or if you're continuing to have issues. How were the boundaries determined in terms of the TID?
Mayor and Councilor Gondara, this is Mandy Gus with the Economic Development Department. The boundaries were determined by the developer when they submitted the application.
Well, you didn't have conversations with them during the year about what those boundaries could look like?
So in their application, and it's based on, and I think we may want to ask their input, but the boundaries are based on the land that they own and have control of.
Now, wouldn't there be an opportunity to be able to negotiate with them, because there is quite a bit of improvements that need to happen adjacent to the Apalaca Park, like on Madrid, North Solano area, up to the Three Crosses, and across the way in that area. Couldn't we try to have negotiated increasing the boundaries?
Councilor Gondara, we did not negotiate the boundaries. That was not one of the items that we negotiated with them.
This is Griselda Martinez, Economic Development Director. Mayor Pro Tem, one of the reasons why we did not negotiate was because of what Mandy mentioned in terms of ownership and the plan that was proposed by the developer to focus on the area that they had already purchased. That was the primary reason to have those boundaries.
So I understand then that all the GRT and that will be incurred is specific to the hospital then? I guess if you want to go back to that map and talk to me about specifically where the hospital is in relation to that, to the map and the boundaries, that would be helpful.
So Councilor Gondara, this is Mandy Gus again. Looking at the map that's in front of you, that hospital is in between Heart, Mercy, Samaritan, and Legacy. So that's the existing development. And then this would support, there would be, the plan is including development of everything that is west and south of that as well.
Okay, so help me understand then the GRT that's being, where is that coming from? The hospital?
Councilor Ganada, what would happen is as the development occurs, so today they would take a baseline of the current tax rates in that area, or tax amounts for the property, not rates, I'm sorry, that was the incorrect term. The tax amounts and revenue that we get from property tax and from gross receipts tax of what is existing today. Then as that medical development occurs, as well as the other developments that are planned in the area, it will increase the property values, which increase the property tax amounts, and it will spur gross receipts sales. So as the development occurs, that's when that money in the increment comes in. So today is the baseline. There's nothing going towards the TID, but as development occurs, a portion of that increment will go back into that district and a portion of it will come to the general fund.
Okay, Mandy, I appreciate that. It doesn't look, okay, so it doesn't look like you're going to, so for the downtown TID, right, we've had to, we get a state portion. That state, the legislators had to approve that, or the state approved, right?
Mayor Councilor Gondara, that's correct.
And that's not what you're planning on doing, or what you're recommending that happens right off the bat. Would that ever change down the road?
So Councilor Gondara, currently there is no plans to go to the state, but they've left that option open.
They meaning the developer?
The developer, yes, sorry.
Okay, okay. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I did not, that's all, that I didn't have anything to add. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. I was just wondering if you were having trouble. I'm sorry. The TID board, so I realize this is new territory and I'm assuming that a lot of this got sort of ironed out with both legal teams or the same legal team that the city county used negotiating with the private developer. And I am concerned about setting a precedent. So in many ways, we have to get this right. And so I am concerned about using taxpayers' dollars to do what I think in a lot of ways benefits the developer because of the hospital that's sitting there, right? To include a parking lot that is going to be utilized generally by the hospital. Is that correct?
Councilor Gondara, the parking facilities would probably be used by all of the development. So some of the additional things that were included in that plan included retail, restaurant, and entertainment as well. It could be used by the hospital, but the parking would be planned to support all of the development.
Right, my point, exactly. I don't know how that would, for a small portion of the area, be for the greater good, right? I mean, there's only going to be certain people that go to this area, especially early on, which is my concern. When you talk about the phases, they're speaking to phase one being the development of the hospital that's almost done. I think that they talked about it being done in Q3 of 2020. Am I correct with that?
Yes,
actually with Goldenrod Companies. And just to speak with that, first off, thank you so much for your time, Mayor and council members, and Mandy especially. Thank you for that presentation.
I'm sorry, did you state your name, Ashley?
Yeah, Ashley Solt with Goldenrod Companies.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. So our Justin Horowitz, who is our attorney and has been working with Madral Sperling, the city's attorneys as well, he is on the presentation. But just to touch on the hospital and medical office building parking, that is a separate, they will have their separate lots there. So just for reference, that parking will be separated.
Mr. Mayor, if I may add.
Yes, David.
I'll ask Larry Nichols or David Weir to join in on this conversation, but I don't think the hospital would be able to get a permit without having their own parking already on site. That's under the current development standards. They would have had to provided enough on-site parking on the property to make that happen. And Mr. Nichols raised his hand.
Yes, Larry.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. What Mr. Donahan mentioned was correct. As we issued the building permits for that construction of the hospital and what is known as the office medical center as well, that parking, they had a parking adjacent to that building that met all the standards in terms of number, ADA, access, assignment. And so that is different than what is being spoken about here today for the other development in the Apodaca blueprint.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Larry. Thank you, Ms. Holt. So then at no time would that phase one be in consideration in terms of the TID until we move towards those deadlines that you outlined, right?
Councilor Gondara, that's correct. The things that have been completed, there are some exceptions, are not going to be considered. The exceptions to that are, number one, the interchange at Samaritan and Main, and then the portion of Samaritan that has already been built. But we would be looking for, because we know that those are instrumental for the overall development. They are not purely for that hospital.
Okay, okay.
Mhm.
Now, tell me what went into determining the TID board. You talked about 2 people from the developing entity, 2 from the city, and 1 from DFA. Is that correct?
Councilor Ganda, that is correct. Again, this is Mandy Gus from Economic Development. That is following some of the state statutes. So the state statute allows you either to have the existing governing board similar to the one we have in downtown, or a board of 5 that has 4 appointed and then a DFA appointee. It would start off, and so with the developer, we negotiated that they would have 2 representatives and the city would have 2 representatives to begin with. Those will be terms that will, after the initial appointment, will then be voted on by the electorate of the area. Some will expire in 4 years and some will expire in 6. Those terms, sorry.
So would there be opposition to form similar TID board, meaning the council, for this specific TID?
Councilor Gandara, for the downtown TID, the governing body made sense because that was driven by the public entity, by the city, to create that. In this potential TID, because it is developer driven, they have submitted the application, and they are the ones that will be doing most of the private development. We felt that it made sense for both entities to have a voice on that TID board.
Okay, I'm concerned that there's not a county representative. I think that's something that probably should be a part of similarly to the TID. I believe that they are acting as an ex officio on the TID downtown board.
Councilor Ganda, that's correct about the downtown board, yes.
Yeah, I think you're getting, I have concerns about the TID board. It's taxpaying dollars that we're asking 2 representatives from the private developers to sit on, even though they're doing the development, but they're getting taxpayer dollars to do the infrastructure and such. I'm concerned about, I'm concerned about that, and I'd like to re-examine that.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, David.
Councilor Gondara, related to the downtown TID and the county's participation, when we established the downtown TID, that and the county and the state were providing the increment to it, that was one of the items that the county requested because they're getting a portion of it. The reason that they're ex officio was because we couldn't change the composition of the board. So because it's the governing body, so we couldn't add a county representative to it. So the county commissioner on there is was a compromise by making them an ex officio member to the TID board for downtown. That was at the county's request for that specific situation. The other thing is, I'll remind you under Mandy's presentation under the but for example, but for the creation of the TID, there's not going to be any development on this site. And at this point, Councilor Sorg, but for the TID that helps the financing work, if not without it, the development of that site will be delayed. And that's up to the council and the developer to decide as to how to implement that. But this is not yet taxpayer money because there's no development. Any taxpayer dollars that are coming from there are already coming to the city because they're coming from the hospital to the general fund, including its construction and its operating tax that it will pay. What we're getting now on the rest of the property is zero from the general fund and gross receipts tax. So we'll get 25% of whatever they do from a construction standpoint, or I think it's 30% because under Mandy's proposal. So that 30% of nothing right now is nothing, but we'll get 30% more of their construction and their actual retail and office taxes that they pay. And then we'll get 25% of the improved property taxes. One of the advantages over this project versus downtown is the city has made all the improvements downtown. We've yet to see major improvement downtown on the private sector to see revenue from the property taxes. This will change that project, the project in Royal Crossing. We will get a significant increase in property tax right away because they're improving that property substantially within their plans. That's it, Mayor. Thank you.
Thanks, David.
Thank you, David. I appreciate that. Again, I think that if they're going to use county funds, a county representative should be there. I'm actually quite shocked that they wouldn't ask to have representation, and I think that's only fair and collaborative of us. And I want to be sure that we're bringing people in that are going to be affected and that can have a say of how that money is being used. And so I want to say that also. You know, I would agree with some of my constituents. It was a lot of information. I began preparing as soon as everything came out. I asked the ladies to make me a copy so that I could read, and it's a lot to digest. I've read it now twice, maybe 2.5 times. And so there's a lot in there. And given COVID, and I know there's a lot of people that are listening in and or wanted to be in person to participate, to really speak to, you know, basically how they feel about the matter. I think most would agree that they would like to see development there. They're really concerned, and I try to get them to understand that there's all these steps that need to take place, right? Like when they decide that they're going on a development, that they would have to, you know, apply and get the permitting. And I don't know if the zoning is going to be what it needs to be, and it would have to go to probably planning and zoning. And so there's a lot of things that need to be taken into consideration. But I do know that with some of the things that I read, there's big concerns, big concerns about traffic, the impact on traffic, having what they want to include a hospital, to include retail, medical, residential, a hotel. Very concerned still about the historic property that's sitting smack in the middle of that. No one has seemed to mention that. And it's scary to approve something without knowing sort of what the plan is going to be. And I think there's still some concern that it may not meet the legal standard from the public. And so I'm trying to capture everybody's comments that have sent me comments and concerns with the timing. I would have loved to have seen a work session, loved to have seen it go to economic PRC. It did not. I think some of us felt like it sort of snuck up on us here on council. I mean, I knew it was happening, but I didn't know to the extent of it, and to get it a week and really read thoroughly and understand, because it's complicated, because it's about taxes and how this is going to use, and 70% here and 30% there. And I get it, David Dollahan, that right now we're not receiving anything, but I also want someone to explain to me the GRT. I thought there aren't taxes on medical services. So are you just speaking to the property taxes that happens when we start to build on there, and any non-operational expense that the hospital has will then be taxed, and will be able, portion goes to, right, the from the GRT to the TID?
Mr. Chairman, if I may, Councilor Gondar, I'm by no means an expert on GRT. We do get some benefit, though they're not paying on medical taxes, on medical services. They do, we make up for it in a shorter period of time because of the hold harmless that the state provides to us because we're not getting that. Now that will go out. Any construction activity that they do on the site results in GRT. There may be other exceptions that I'm not aware of related to the medical. The medical and the food is very complex.
Yes.
So I can't imagine, I won't pretend to try to explain that. So for the hospital, for the most part, day-to-day services, we're probably not going to see anything. But if they hire somebody in like a contractor to do work, certain expenses I'm sure they have to pay gross receipts taxes on that are delivered there and so forth. So we will see some from the hospital, not as much. We will definitely see more from the rest of the retail and the office and the commercial development around it. The residential development, you'll see both the property tax and really the gross receipts tax is really only on the construction that they're obligated to pay. But any of the development, including the hospital, will see the property tax improvement on. They're not a non-for-profit, they're a for-profit, so they have to pay full property tax value on it. So that's where we'll see our benefit.
So I read that you did some analytics, right, both financially and analytics in terms of employment and whatnot that I don't believe I saw in there. Where do we get our hands on so that I guess in the future when you're bringing this forward, I would really love to see some of that stuff because it makes it easier to understand in my mind what we're looking at or what you're forecasting, how you're making your mind up, right, as staff in terms of why this is a benefit to the community as a whole.
So this is Mandy and Mayor Councilor Gonda. I would like to address your question about the short timing. So the state statute requires that we have an intent to form resolution before we bring the actual formation resolution. For that exact reason, it's so that it's more than 3 days of public record. The state statutes actually says it has to be no less than 30 and no more than 60 days. So that allows for that time to look over those documents. You mentioned, I heard the mayor when he read the public comment that the feasibility and market studies were not included. They were part of the plan. And so I'm wondering if they weren't uploaded correctly, if that's the case, or if they weren't included in the attachment. I will follow up with our city clerk immediately and get those to her. They may have been separate attachments that I didn't upload, and make sure that those are included. So while it's posted for that 30 to 60 days before our next meeting, it will be available to everyone, including the public, for review.
Thank you, Mandy. Those are all my questions for now, Mayor.
Thank you. Before I get to Councilor Sorg and Bencomo and Flores, David, Dallahan, or whomever, or Mandy. So let me just ask you, what would be the ramifications if we were to not move forward on this, but have a work session so that we can, and solely on this, so that we can see what the full build out is and all the moving parts and what is being proposed and how all this comes to play, and also give a chance to answer a lot of the questions that Mr. Steinborn and Ms. St. John had asked. Is there some kind of a deadline that the state is saying, hey, no more TIDs after July 1st or something like that? Is there something that's going on there that I'm not aware of?
Mr. Mayor, I'll defer to Mandy on the timing question and so forth. There's two things that I think you need to keep in mind. One, there is a development application that has been submitted to the Community Development Department, and that is under review and will follow their prescribed public process. And the two have to be kept separate because you as council will ultimately see that development application because it involves a zone change and it could involve an appeal. So you actually have to make the land use decision after recommendation based on the Planning and Zoning Commission related to our the application's compliance with our planning documents, including Elevate Las Cruces. So those have to be kept separate, and it's a matter of what do we bring first, the chicken or the egg? Do you bring the land use development application or the TID formation first? The developer may change their plans if they can't get the TID and vice versa. So we have kept those purposely separate. The other thing is on State Senator Steinborn's comments related to the procurement. These are public improvements, but the Tax Increment Development Act statutes are very clear. It allows for an exception to the procurement code. That doesn't mean that we have to. We don't do that under the city's downtown TID, but it does allow for a partnership development that's built within the statute on purpose, so to allow private development to do that. The developer serves as the developer to build the improvements that will, at the end of the day and at the end of the TID period, be owned by the city. When their first application for TID came in, we were concerned about the parking, and they're arguing it's a public improvement. Great. Our concern is at the end of the day, at the TID, we don't want to be owning another parking lot. And that's what Mandy covered under her presentation, is that we've identified a way so that we don't own it, but they can use the TID financing for a set period of time. And then Mayor, I'll stop talking and I'll let Mandy weigh in real quick.
Okay, thank you, David. Yes, Mandy, regarding what ramifications would take place if council wasn't to move forward with this, so that we could step back, have a work session. I mean, it sounds very interesting. It sounds like it's something there that obviously is good for the area. However, you know, because of the public notice and possibly if we can expand the borders a little bit, you know, I don't know. There's just a lot of moving parts there. But anyways, if you could kind of address or talk to what would happen if we didn't move forward today.
Sure. So, Mayor, and this kind of goes back to one of the questions that Councilor Gondara had too about it didn't come to Economic Development Policy Review Committee. When we determined where it needed to go, we took it to Finance Select Committee because it is a financing mechanism. And if you take it to too many, and then if we also took it to Economic Development Policy Review Committee, it gave us the potential for a rolling quorum, which is why we staff determined that it needed to go through a review committee, but and it was chosen that Finance Select Committee was the one that we did. So that I would just like to speak to that. The deadlines that we have, it's not that the state won't do any more TIDs. The state has very specific timelines. They only accept applications twice a year for TIDs to begin on either January 1 or July 1. And with that, thank you, Griselda. And so with actually, Griselda, can you go to later in the presentation where I have next steps? And because they only accept those applications twice a year, in order for it to be formed on January the 1st, it has to be submitted by September the 1st. We have done all of the due diligence. We're on a tight timeline, but not an impossible one. We have a little bit of flexibility with the dates. We could postpone this, I think, by one city council meeting and still meet that September 1 deadline comfortably. If we postponed it two meetings, we would have to have a special city council meeting in order to hit that 30 to 60 day requirement.
Which is not a problem. I mean, to be able to have more public participation rather than just being able to read emails. You know, I'd be willing to even open it up to allow certain interested parties to participate in Zoom and this just be its own item. But anyways, let me get to the council members and then we'll come back to this. So we got Councilor Sorg, then Como, then Flores. Councilor Sorg.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Mandy, for all the work you've been putting in on this and presenting it. This is a big thing. There's, as you could see by the packet that we got, many, many, many pages. It's not simple. But I want to speak to all the councilors and the mayor pro tem that were elected onto the city councils after the mayor and I have been. Mayor pro tem Gondara and Councilor Flores and Vasquez, and as well as Councilor Abeyta and Ben Como. This has got a history. These TIDs have a history, and it's not all good. I may have a little bit off, but in general, there was a developer in Albuquerque that wanted to have a TID for his development there. And so, but he had to go to the state legislature and get the legislation passed that would enable it. And it was a very controversial time in the state legislature, which is probably right around the time I was elected, maybe a little before even, and or possibly just after. And what it amounted to is that the developer wanted to get the infrastructure for his development be paid by taxpayers' money. Well, as you know, even in Las Cruces here, developers pay for their own infrastructure and then they tack that cost on to the properties that he sells for development. All the streets and street lights and so on, the things that he wants, this development wants to build here. As far as parks go, we have park impact fees that would have to be paid for that anyway. So we got to be careful with this. It's a substantial, usually these things, TIDs, require a substantial improvement to something in the city that goes along, a benefit for the public as a whole, okay? I don't see that here. I don't see that being done here. As I said, developers probably would glee to have a TID for every one of their developments because it would take the trouble of paying for their infrastructure out of their hands. So why is this different? Well, in the case of downtown, you've heard it already. We have some substantial benefit to the city in the downtown. We made a heart in the city, and that was worth it. The benefits to the city, I don't see. $40 million, what are we getting for $40 million here? I don't see anything. I see the developer getting nice infrastructure that he can sell lots on for houses, for businesses and hotels and whatnot. So there again, it's happened before and I don't want to see it happen again. I often wondered why this was developed by the Economic Development Department instead of community development, but that's not so important. So my question is to staff or anybody, what are the benefits, especially economic development benefits, that this TID would give the city?
Councilor Sorg, this is Mandy Gus from Economic Development. Part of the reason TID is in economic development is because it's considered an incentive in our toolbox. It's something that we can use to encourage public or private investment in our city. The question that you had of what is the public benefit to this, I go back to the but-for test. If this TID doesn't come through, I think it's likely we will lose this development. I also, that's one of the things that staff was considering. And then the other item and the reason that we saw this as something worth pursuing is that the city has already put in the effort and the planning for the Apodaca blueprint, which is really what originally brought the interest. So we know that there's been public engagement. We know that there is a community desire to see that development in that specific area, and this is a way to make that happen and to make it happen faster.
We have incentives for infill though, don't we? Besides that, there aren't TIDs.
Yes, Councilor Sorg, that is true.
Okay. So there are other incentives that would help this, that somebody out in the desert someplace wouldn't get it. You know, it was commented on that. Okay, but all right. Why not we say the same thing for a piece of desert land outside in the East Mesa or any place else? I don't see any difference other than the fact of its location. It just doesn't pass my test to see that this is worthy. Well, yeah, in fact, okay, the benefit is going to be a development. Like I said, over and over again, take some piece of land out there in the East Mesa, in the Sonoma Ranch area. That's vacant land now, it's desert. You can say, but for there too, couldn't you? So yeah, it just doesn't fit me. I thought you were going to say it's going to make jobs. Okay.
And Councilor Sorg, that we do believe that there will be jobs that come out of it.
Yes.
And the other item is that it falls in with the plans that exist. It falls within, there are things that the Apodaca blueprint, there are things with the Elevate Las Cruces, some of the housing opportunities. And so it's not a vacant parcel in the desert probably would not help us hit so many of those goals that have already been determined by City Council. And that is part of the reason that as staff, we move this forward.
Yeah, well, the jobs I see that this is going to produce are service jobs. We should be working towards economic-based jobs. Then the service jobs will come automatically. Okay, so yeah, it's just not enough. I'm not getting enough. Maybe the company that is doing the building there could build our soundstage. That could be a benefit. Just saying. I know it won't happen, but just saying. So anyway, I can't support this at all unless you really make some big changes in it. It just said that piece of property is prime. It's prime. I mean, you put the infrastructure in there, it's going to sell like hotcakes. I know it will. And so we don't need a TID there to help it along. Thank you.
We have Dr. Martinez wants to say something, and I think David Dalahan also wanted to say something. Dr. Martinez?
Contradict me, I'm sure.
Yes, good afternoon. This is Griselda Martinez. Mayor, Councilor Sorg, we understand that your concern of this being a development. One of the main reasons why this project caught the developer's attention was because of our efforts to create the Apodaca blueprint, which from the community development's perspective, those are plans that we do in an effort to have something further along the lines for a developer to come and start implementing those plans. And so the attention in this area was triggered by our previous work done by the city and the priority area in the Apodaca blueprint. And so I just wanted to clarify that this area was already a priority for the city. And that's how this whole conversation started. Thank you, Mayor.
Oh, I understand why it was started, yeah.
David Dalahan?
It is
Mr.
good,
Mayor,
yeah.
For the record, David Dalahan, this is a financing mechanism. This is no different than a voluntary assessment district or a special assessment district. We have special assessment districts now. We have TID downtown. We have a special assessment district in Metro Verde in District 5. That was done to the developer's benefit. He was not in a position to finance it. And
I thought you'd say this.
He's put a lot of extra work on staff because we're having to do the plan review and everything else, just like any other developer. But we're actually having to do the procurement for them and the oversight management of a construction project that we normally wouldn't have to do in a privately funded development. That's on the special assessment district. For downtown, we had to do the same thing.
Yes,
in this project, privately developed driven, we will not have to undertake those procurement efforts for this developer. That's clear within the statute. So
Okay.
there are we will have to do plan review and determine compliance, and we will have to inspect the final product. But we would have to do that for any subdivision. So,
Yeah, but we have a lien on all that land out there at Metro Verde. We have a lien on it. We'll take over that land if they don't pay. And that's not the case here, is it?
You're correct.
Yeah, that's a different situation, the district there.
They had to pledge the property as the collateral for the
Collateral,
improvement
that's what I was looking for.
in the special assessment district. They're not guaranteed funding on the TID unless the development goes through, and it's a forward payment for us, both to the city and to the developer for generating revenue. So
okay, let me ask you another question.
Comes in the back end or in the front end? Sorry.
I think this is what I want to make it clear what you're trying to say. In other words, the money to build the infrastructure would have to be gotten first to pay for the construction. Now, would that buy a bond? Would we have to sell bonds to do that?
Not exactly. The district would sell bonds. It is bond financing, but they're the ones pledging the increment collection, not
and
us.
Who's on that board? But the developers. This looks a little like one of those homeowners associations out on the East Mesa, where the developer is the key member of that association. I see Councilor Flores shaking her head. Yes, we've been through this before. And so, yeah, we have to get all these things understood before I could ever support it.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Sorg, and I think Mandy was very clear in her presentation, the proposed board for this development is 2 city councilors, 2 developer options, 2 seats, and then the State Department of Finance and Administration is the 5th, or what I would consider the tiebreaker.
Yeah, I know. I saw that.
And then over time, that membership will change within 4 and 6 years, because then there will be elected representatives to those boards.
From what?
From within the district.
I see the council isn't going to be a minority, though.
Well, if you consider the State Department of Finance, I would consider you the majority, because the state's going to do what's in the best interest of the state of New Mexico and hopefully the city of Las Cruces.
Okay, thank you. I'll quit on this then.
Councilor Sorg, this is Mandy from Economic Development. The other part of the financial analysis that was done with the developer, because they have to put in a lot of this stuff up front, and then the TID will reimburse them. So the financial burden begins with the developer, and if the development is not successful, that increment doesn't come to fruition, then it doesn't come into the TID and they don't get reimbursed. So a lot of the risk is on their side. And again, that's part of the reason we had a financial analyst review their financial position to make sure that we were protected, that the things that they said they were going to do, their financial position showed that was a possibility, and it was something that would happen.
Yeah. Okay. I still can't get it out of my mind that developers build their own infrastructure. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilors Bencomo, Flores, and then Abate Stugi. So Councilor Bencomo.
Thank you, Mayor. And thanks, staff, for the presentation. I think that I need a couple things clarified. So it's my understanding then that this piece of property that is predominantly owned by this one particular individual or group, the only other way this area would be developed is by private dollars, right?
This is Mandy, Councilor Bencomo. Most of the development will be private dollars.
Anyway.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. So my second question that I need clarification on, because I think this is an interesting project. would totally support pushing this to have a work session to just understand it better as a new counselor. I think I wouldn't mind that at all. But I definitely think it's an interesting development and this interesting project that deserves us looking into. My other sort of clarifying question would be, you know, the council voted on something back in December, voted to have a TID, to be able to have TIDs with private partners, right, with developers. So now I'm curious about why there's pushback to have a partnership with the developer for a TID.
Well, let me answer that, Councilor Bencomo. I think what it is, it's not, I don't think it's necessarily pushback that they don't want to do it. I think it's concerns that, and I think Councilor Mayor Pro Tem Gandara put it very nicely, kind of snuck up on us. You know, we've been dealing with all these other issues and then boom, all of a sudden, we're going to do a TID. You know, the public hasn't seen it. The members of the neighborhood associations haven't, you know, weren't aware of it. So, you know, I too would like to probably take a look at it, see exactly, understand a little bit more detail. I know it was put to the finance PRC. I wasn't at that. I was not at that meeting that day. And so I would like to see that, possibly look at expanding the boundaries and possibly to include Madrid Street on there. You know, I don't know. I need to see what it all entails and get a little bit more information to digest it. So that's my response.
Okay, that makes sense. I mean, I don't know if any other councilors want, I don't know what the vote was like on this back in December, right? But as I'm listening, I'm like, I have felt like there was some contradiction to the vote in December to now the conversation. But thank you for that clarification, Mayor. And then I guess my last question, or David, you want to take, yeah.
Yeah, David wanted, we only see him when he's talking, when he's talking.
Mr. Mayor, thank you, Councilor Bencomo. What the council voted on in December was an application process and a mechanism by which to see an application in light of the state. It was not specific to this property. It was in general to have a process and an application in place related to the TID application from a private developer standpoint. This just so happens to be the first one. So it was not specific to the application.
Right, no, I understand that.
The process wasn't detailed. The process was.
Excuse me, Mayor Pro Tem, I need you to kind of, if you're going to say something, I need you to at least identify yourself. So.
Cassandra Gandara, Mayor Pro Tem. I'd like to add that the process wasn't as detailed as this is, right? So I feel like if we're going to do it, we better do it right. And I feel there's some holes in here that I'd like for it to be looked at a little further. And again, we're not a part of all the discussions and negotiations with the legal teams. And I just want to know a little more about that.
Thank you. Yes, I totally understand. And yes, I understand that the vote in December was not about this particular thing. I think as I'm sitting here listening, I was just getting the sense that in generality, there was hesitation to partner with TID and a developer, as in general, and not even specific to this particular application. I am in complete agreement that I don't mind taking more time to better understand. This is a big decision to make. And I don't mind that at all. I think my last question would be around what I take very seriously, the concern that folks are raising in some of these emails is that perhaps, you know, this would be taxpayer revenue to support an out-of-state for-profit developer at the expense of existing local business. And we got a couple emails regarding local businesses and small businesses, which I take very seriously. What I don't totally understand is how is this affecting, you know, small and local businesses. So I would like to hear from the business community, particularly perhaps even the Green Chamber as to how they see this detrimental to local business. If I'm not seeing that right now, I apologize. I don't, you know, of course, I don't know if staff want to take a crack at what, you know, to figure out an answer to that question. And if that's not possible, then I think that's why a work session is necessary so that I can better understand where some of these concerns are coming from. Thanks, Mayor.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Councilor Flores and Councilor Bates-Stubbe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mandy and Dr. Martinez, Ms. Gus. I agree with just about everything my colleagues have brought up. And I think Gil, Councilor Sorg, and I have really seen how much developers have benefited from the city providing infrastructure and just the different ways it's done, especially in my district where the parkways, there's, people who live next to a parkway are therefore responsible for it. I mean, that falls on the property owner, but there's a lot of things that, there are a lot of things I think that developers have gotten away with in the past. And I just don't understand why the city, why the developers believe that the city should put the street. And I did hear you, be responsible for building the streets. And I did hear what you said, Ms. Gus, that these are streets we want to have there anyway, but we wouldn't be putting those streets in if these developers weren't coming in. So it's kind of like a catch-22, and we know about that catch-22. It's some catch, that catch-22. So, I'm not entirely against the TID concept. I think it's worked beautifully. Of course, as everyone has pointed out, it's different conditions, different circumstances for the downtown TID. Notwithstanding, I think it's a good way to go. And especially since you've emphasized, Ms. Gus, that the developer takes on that risk 100% ab initio at the beginning. They either come through or they don't, and they don't get anything until the TID money starts coming in. So I think that's one safeguard. I think, though, that what Mayor Pro Tem Gandara has brought up is good. I think it's good to have public input. I think, though, that the fact that, as you pointed out, Ms. Gus, that this is consistent with the Apodaca Park plan. And I know that we went to those meetings, those public meetings, and everybody had their little Post-its out. Well, I went to 2 of them. And there was a good turnout, and you have the stats on that. But it wasn't like an outpouring of the entire city stampeding over to these, and it's not like we ran out of Post-its for our residents. So, and God bless those who did show up, and the voice of those who did show up, it was well taken. And I'm not in any way trying to minimize those who have spoken up, or Ms. St. John's letter to the mayor, the email that he read. But I think that we have to look, and I think that your but for analysis is good. I think that that land has been sitting there forever and ever and ever and ever, and I don't know. It just sounds, from what you said, Ms. Gus, it sounds like this is a golden opportunity. It doesn't sound like this is going to come around and be so good again. And I'm thinking that too. And I think that right now in the environment or the circumstance, the conditions we find ourselves in, or the city finds itself in, well, we as a planet Earth with COVID, it might be hard to get any real business going. Insofar as the kind of business it's going to bring in, I'll tell you, Councilor Sorg, I'd rather have service employees or employment for service. And yes, it'd be wonderful to have an economic based type economy and have people who can have a career from the jobs that come into town. But jobs of any kind are good, no matter what. And if this is what we can get, I mean, if we have people pounding at our doors saying, hey, I'm going to provide, do the what we really want to do with like work solutions. But I'm not entirely against this. I do believe, though, that I definitely support and agree with Mayor Pro Tem Gandara that it really has to go to the public. It really has to be hashed out, and then be ready to make that decision with all the pros and all the cons. And I understand why it's an economic development department. So that's my say on that. And but the one thing, and also Ms. Gus, I do have a question for you. As far as the streets go, the city would be paying for everything, for putting in the streets, putting in the gutters, putting the sidewalks. What does it all entail when you say streets? I mean, what does that encompass?
Councilor Flores, this is MEALY Gus. Yes, they would include the construction of those streets, the entire construction. And then as part of the TID, there would also be an operations and maintenance agreement. So they would also then be maintained through the TID dollars. So that would not be an expense to the city immediately. It would be something that the city would have time to plan for after the lifespan of the TID.
But and what about sidewalks and gutters and everything else? Everything else, you know, the flood.
All of that public infrastructure
would be on the city.
No, that would be on the TID.
On the TID.
So the developer would build it, and the TID would reimburse them for that, for those costs.
Oh, so the infrastructure falls on the developer, not the city.
They will put it in, yes, and then the TID will reimburse them. That is what the development agreement says.
Okay. Oh, okay. Then what about the parking?
It's the same for all of those items that were listed as public improvements and public infrastructure. Again, those things would be built completely by the developer, and then the TID would reimburse them for the building and then for the operations and maintenance.
Okay. All right. And so I'm in agreement that we probably have to have a little bit of have a work session on this. I think it's totally necessary to have, and maybe we can have people come in or join us somehow, Mr. Mayor, or I don't know. I'd like to have them voice their, that interaction. Anyway, thank you very much, Miss Gus, and thank you, Dr. Martinez, and thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Well, I don't have a problem Councilor, in having a Zoom. I mean, we as long as we see them, hear them, I think that would be fine. So, let's see here, Councilor Beta-Stubbe.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Gus, for the presentation. Honestly, most of my questions have already been answered by my fellow councilors. I am too in agreement that I'd like to see a little bit more public participation, especially given this time, to make sure everybody's voice is heard. Mandy, I do have one question that actually just came up from Councilor Flores' questions, but what happens if the TID isn't able to reimburse the developer?
Councilor Stuve, that's where the risk is on the developer's side of things, because in their TID plan, they projected that there will be this increment that will pay for those items.
Okay.
And if there's failure on the TID, they're the ones that are at risk up front.
Okay. So say in the line of things, the roads are built, but we're not able to pay, the city still has to maintain those streets though then, correct? Even though there might not be anything around?
So in the TID plan, we actually have an operations and maintenance agreement that would have them maintaining all of the streets except for Samaritan. So the main arterial Samaritan that was in that red line, the city will maintain that, but they will maintain all of the other infrastructure for that lifespan of the TID, which is 25 years.
And then it goes, then the burden is on the city then.
Then all of that infrastructure will come to the city because the TID has a sunset date.
Okay. Okay. And Mayor, thank you, Mandy. I appreciate that. I'd like to see a work session as well, just to get a few of those questions kind of worked out and to hear from the public. So thank you. That's all I have.
Sure, thanks.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, David.
Getting back to Councilor Stuve's question and for the information for the council, David Dahlon for the record, for our downtown TID and any private development, what happens is in the downtown TID, when the city makes the improvement with TID proceeds, it instantly becomes the city's responsibility to maintain it. The TID has no ownership, the downtown TID has no ownership or maintenance responsibility. That falls to the city. For a private development, the private developer builds the road, makes public infrastructure, extends the sewer, water lines, and so forth, and then it gets dedicated to the city. And then after its 1-year maintenance period, then the city is on the hook in perpetuity for maintaining that infrastructure. So in that regards, you're buying the city 25 years worth of time, but it's still, at the end of the day, those are public improvements that we, the city, as a collective own and are responsible for maintaining. That's with any development.
Thank you, Dave. Councilor Sorg, did you have another comment?
I sure did. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to correct some things that have been talked about that we don't have a complete understanding. But first of all, I wanted to make sure everybody realized, I agree with everybody rather, that we need to talk about this in a work session. I want to have one. The 25 years for this TID, just think the streets that they're going to build in 25 years, it'll be just about time to rebuild the streets all over again. So yeah, that's what we got to look forward to. This development is consistent with the Apodaca plan. Yes, it is. But it's not, the plan doesn't say we have to have a TID to do it. So a TID isn't required by the Apodaca plan, so it isn't necessary to have a TID. I wanted to mention about the jobs, just to understand that service jobs, what they do is circulate money within the city. People get money in the city and they give money out in the city, but it doesn't get out the city, or nor does it come into the city. The only way we're going to increase the wealth of the people inside the city is to have these economic-based jobs. So I don't see, jobs are jobs, right? We want to have jobs, but it's not increasing our wealth to have this development. The reason why this land has been sitting around there idle is not because it wasn't a good piece of land to develop. It's because it was tied up in the courts, big time. And it was also in bankruptcy, which is part of the reason why it was tied up in the courts. Now it's free. It will be free in August, or it was free last year in August, I guess, or sometime in between there. So that's why they're wanting to develop it. And I look at it this way, this tax money that we would be putting into the infrastructure there could be used, maybe not right away because it wouldn't be developed quite as fast, but could be used for social programs in this city instead of building a street that the developer would do. It's just putting more money in the developer's hands and more profits into their hands. That's what I see it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Hey, David Dahlhan, so let me ask you something. Was there any plans to do anything with the baseball field? Baseball diamond there.
Mr. Mayor, you're talking about at Apodaca Park. Mm-hmm. There was some discussion at one point, but it's not in. I don't think it's in their plans now, and it's not included.
Okay, I didn't think so. I just was curious. You know, what I was trying to get at is if we did have a work session, I would like to, you know, working with the developer, working with a TID isn't always that. I mean, with developers wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing if we can make sure that we can get some really neat features that the community would like. And one of them would be to really that's a possibility to upgrade the baseball field there. And if we can expand the boundaries a little bit. And it's a good way that instead of the money going to the state coffers, it stays here in the community. Because usually it goes into the state general fund, doesn't it? Some, portion.
Mr. Mayor, because under this TID application, they're not asking for the state's portion of the taxes. That money that is going to the state would continue to go to the state with the improvement. The other thing that I could,
well, why can't we ask for it?
You could, but it requires an act of the legislature. And given their current financial crisis, I don't at the state level, I don't know that they're willing to.
Yeah, I wondered about that. I was thinking, wow, they're willing to do this, and during this. Okay, I didn't mean to interrupt, but thank you for answering that, because I thought, oh, this is usually we would get to keep that money that normally goes to the state.
No, the state gives us a portion of the state shared, and that's included, but the state portion, the remaining state portion does not go to the state under their application. The other thing, Mayor, is that items are potentially negotiable. For example, the percentage of the GRT or the property tax increment, whether you give them the full 75% or not. The other thing, and another item that may be negotiable that we all are aware of, is affordable housing component. That potentially requiring it within the development to a certain small percentage, or they paying us a fee to use for elsewhere in the community through our affordable housing land bank and trust fund. I would caution us against expanding the application, because then it becomes not the developer's application, and it does have to go to a vote of the electorate within those boundaries. And so if you want to expand that, that's fine, but then it becomes a full-fledged vote. That's what we did with the downtown TID, is we had to send it to over, I think, 400 property owners, and we also had to include anybody that was a registered voter that lived within that district. So it calls for a full election, and that one was done as a mail-in election years ago for downtown. So it does change the application when you expand the boundaries to include other private property.
Okay, so if we were to, if the council was to table this to date specific, I would need enough time so that we could get a work session in there. So, I mean, I can only imagine, and I know that there's a timeline and everything, but, I don't really like to be rushed. I don't think the council does either. I don't think the public does. I mean, this is something here that, we'll go at our normal pace. We can maybe fast track it a little bit, but what days, what was the time you were saying that it needed to be done by? Or maybe Mandy said it was needed to be done
September.
Mayor, this is Mandy Gus. We have some cushion if you move to the next city council meeting, which I think is July 6th. We would still be able to make the deadlines. If you moved it to the second meeting in July, we would have to schedule a special city council meeting for the actual adoption resolution.
Okay, but when does the resolution have to be done by? Even if we moved it.
So the resolution will have the application is due to New Mexico Tax and Rev on September 1st. So it'll need to be adopted. Actual adoption would have to be in August, but again, this intent resolution has to be heard 30 to 60 days prior to the adoption.
So as long as we have a council meeting, even if it's a special meeting, it has to be approved before August 1st. Is that what I'm hearing?
The intent resolution, or the intent resolution would have to happen in July, so that we could have the actual adoption in August.
Okay, see where you have formal resolution go to council on July 20th. What is even with a special meeting, what is the?
So that would have to happen in August. So that could happen, if that happened on August, even if we did a special meeting on the August 24th, that would be okay. But this isn't the formation resolution. This is the intent resolution, and that has to happen at least 30 days ahead of the adoption. So if we tabled this item, it still has to be heard in July.
I know, but what is the worst drop day in July?
You could push it out to the July 20th city council meeting.
Well, forget about the city council. I mean, we can do a special meeting. I just want to know what my worst case date is. So that July.
I would do it before July 24th.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to add real quick. June has a 5th Monday, and we try to give you the 5th Monday off. You could have a special work session. You could have a work session anytime between now and then, but you could have it on the 29th. You could also, Ms. De Leon offered to me that we could potentially add it to the June 22nd work session item.
No, I want it to be by itself.
Okay, well, and then you could do any other day that you want to do a special work session that we could work in the council's calendar. But June 29th is clear now, Mayor, because we were planning on giving you the day off.
Oh, well, thank you.
Because it's a 5th Monday month.
Well, I don't get that day off because I still have to do the agenda. So I was going to come, I think, on that day anyway. So if council's okay with it, I don't have a problem. I mean, I doubt if anyone's going to be traveling on the 29th, right? Normally on the 5th Monday, you guys take off to Vegas or something like that. You guys will stick around.
In light of COVID, I hope no one's traveling, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I don't think we were. So let's tentatively, if we do that, if council decides to table it, that's at least for a work session. So we'll table to bring back this actual resolution. Let's shoot for the 20th of July, I guess. If that works. Is that okay, Mandy? If we were to have a work session on the 29th and we got everything straightened out, you can go all the way to July 20th for the formal resolution, or is there something in between that?
Mayor, if we had the work session on June 29th, I would prefer to bring this intent to form back on July 6th.
This resolution.
Yes, this resolution.
Okay. And then when would you do the next resolution, Mandy?
Then your actual formation resolution could be done on August 17th.
And then when do you do the ordinance for the tax increments?
We could schedule it to do it on the 17th, or we could do it as this. You also have 5 Mondays in August, so we could also do it on the 31st.
Would you do a first reading on the ordinance on August 3rd?
Yeah, we can do that. We had planned not to do the ordinance in advance, but we can do that.
Mayor, this is David Maestas, and for David Dollahan and Mandy to consider. I think we are good with establishing the work session on the 29th is what it sounds like. So at the work session, at that point, Mandy, you can have in the presentation the dates on when we would come forward and with which actions we would come forward with. And that way council can take a look at each of those dates coming forward and have a better decision of what the next steps would be.
Great.
That would be my recommendation.
Thanks, David Maestas. It's just I was looking for a date for if they're going to table it to a date specific.
So Mayor, if you're going to table this item, I would table it to July 6th.
Okay. Okay, so what does council want to do?
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to offer real quick. Councilor Sorg had his hand up. I don't know if he still has to speak.
He may have just forgot to put it down. Yeah, he forgot to put it down.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilor Flores.
Oh, thank you. So who suggested that I think it was Mr. Maestas, that we hear this resolution, what we're tabling today, to a date specific, and that would be June 29. But then, and then on
July 6th. June 29th would be a work session.
Oh, perdón. Okay, yes, okay, July, okay, thank you.
Who wants to, if you guys want to if you want to table it, someone needs to come forward.
I motion to table. Mayor, this is Cassandra Gandara for the record.
There's a motion table to a date specific.
To July 6th.
Okay,
I'll second it.
and who was that?
Abeta Stuvey.
Oh, okay. Councilor Abeta Stuvey. So a motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Gandara, second by Councilor Abeta Stuvey to table this resolution to July 6th. Christine?
This is on the motion to table resolution 20-176 to July 6, 2020. Councilor Abeta Stuvey,
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez,
He's not in the meeting.
okay, absent. Councilor Bencomo,
Yes.
Councilor Sorg,
Yes.
Councilor Flores,
Yes.
Councilor Gandara,
Yes.
Yes.
Mayor.
Okay, well, thank you very much for everyone's attention and presentation to this, and look forward to the work session on the 29th of June. Okay. All right, so now we're going to go to board appointments to the Economic Recovery Ad Hoc Board. Jane Bloom, appointed by Mayor Pro Tem Gandara. And then Brooke Montgomery, appointed by Councilor Gil Sorg. Now, next for the Airport Advisory Board, I'm going to need a motion and a second to appoint Dee Irick, new appointment. She's a county resident, to the Airport Advisory Board.
So moved. Sorg.
Okay. For a second? Second?
Because of lack of second.
No.
I can make most.
What was the name again?
Dee Irick,
For the airport?
Advisory Board.
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilor Flores. Christine?
This is on the motion to appoint Dee Irick to the Airport Advisory Board. Councilor Abeta Stuvey,
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez is absent. Councilor Bencomo,
Yes.
Councilor Sorg,
Yes.
Councilor Flores,
Yes.
Councilor Gandara,
Yes.
Mayor.
Yes. Okay, I need a motion, a second, to appoint Ronald Fitzhebert, Healthcare Economic Recovery Board.
I'll move that. This is Councilor Sorg.
Okay, motion made by Councilor Sorg. Is there a second?
Flores, second.
Councilor Flores seconds. Christine?
This is on a motion to appoint Ronald Fitzherbert to the Economic Recovery Board. Councilor Abeta Stuvey,
Yes.
Vasquez is absent. Councilor Bencomo,
Yes.
Councilor Sorg,
Yes.
Councilor Flores,
Yes.
Councilor Gandara,
Yes.
Mayor.
Yes. Okay, next to the Housing PRC, Sonia Unruh. To
Mayor,
the,
we skipped one.
oh, I'm sorry, that's right. Just making sure you're paying attention there, Christine. George Miller, representing employees, to the Economic Recovery Board. I need a motion, second.
I'll move.
Second by Flores, or whatever.
Okay, Christine?
A
Whatever.
motion to appoint George Miller to the Economic Recovery Board. Councilor Abeta Stuvey,
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez is absent. Councilor Bencomo,
Yes.
Councilor Sorg,
Yes.
Councilor Flores,
Councilor Flores?
Yes,
Oh,
I said yes,
okay.
yes.
Counselor Gandara,
Yes.
Mayor,
Yes. Okay. Now we go to the Housing PRC. Sonia Unra from the Mexico Mortgage Finance Authority.
So moved.
Second,
Motion made by Councilor Sorg, second by Councilor Flores. Christine?
this is on the motion to appoint Sonia Onrun to the Housing PRC. Counselor Abeta-Stuvey,
Yes.
Counselor Vasquez is absent. Counselor Bencomo,
Yes.
Counselor Sorg,
Yes.
Counselor Flores,
yes.
Counselor Gandara,
Yes.
Mayor,
Yes. Juan Olvera from the Mesilla Valley Public Housing Authority. Need a motion second.
So moved.
I'll second it.
Gandara.
Okay, motion made by Councilor Flores, second by Councilor Sorg. Sorry, Mayor Pro Tem. Christine?
this is on the motion to appoint Juan Olvera to the Housing PRC. Counselor Abeta-Stuvey,
Yes.
Counselor Vasquez is absent. Counselor Bencomo,
Yes.
Counselor Sorg,
Yes.
Counselor Flores,
Yes,
Counselor Gandara,
Yes.
Mayor,
Yes. Okay, the last one is Benjamin Board to the Housing PRC, representing the Las Cruces Home Builders Association. Need a motion second.
I'll move that.
second by Flores.
Motion made by Councilor Sorg, second by Councilor Flores. Christine?
I think it's actually Benjamin Beard for the record.
Beard?
Okay.
I don't know. Beard, okay.
This is this is on the motion to appoint Benjamin Beard to the Housing PRC.
Now, you know, it does say board.
Yeah, it does.
Okay, all right.
I think it's supposed to be
All
Beard.
right. Okay, no problem.
Counselor Abeta-Stuvey,
Yes.
Counselor Vasquez is absent. Counselor Bencomo,
No.
Counselor Sorg,
Yes.
Counselor Flores,
Yes,
Counselor Gandara,
Yes.
Mayor,
Yes. Okay, so now we'll go to notice of proposed ordinances. I don't believe there are any.
no.
Now we go to city council member board reports and comment. I have none. Mayor Pro Tem Gandara,
None, Mayor, thank you.
Councilor Flores.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would just like to report on an incident that occurred a week ago last Saturday. So it would have been the June 6th at the farmer's market. And this was brought to my attention by Senora Flores, who is a school board member and former president of the LCPS board. And Terry Dahlman, who's the current president of the LCPS board, and Bobby Green, who's Dr. Bobby Green, who is president of our local chapter of the NAACP.
In fact, she's actually been watching our meeting. She's been participating.
Yeah, I saw her name earlier. So is she going to be able to say anything? Is that why she was, I saw.
Oh, no. Well, actually, she originally was here primarily for our next our work session on 8 Can't Wait.
Oh,
But I have no problem in allowing Dr. Green to say any comments.
I'm thinking I could say something if you like. Hello.
Hi, Dr. Green.
How's everybody doing?
Very
Good.
well, thank you.
It's-
So I'm just talking about Saturday's event. So of course, what the communication was about Dr. Freeman, Dr. Christina Freeman. Dr. Christina Freeman is the director of the Head Start program for our children here in Las Cruces, or LCPS. She lives in El Paso and she has family in Atlanta, and they were visiting from Atlanta. And she said to them that it'd be lovely she wanted them to visit Las Cruces because Las Cruces was just such a wonderful community. And farmers market was going on, so it was perfect. Well, while she was there, she and her family were accosted by someone who, a very mean person actually, or you can use whatever adjective you want to use. And so there they were on Main Street near Griggs, I think. And she was told in a very loud voice, in a very angry, loud voice, that no N-word people were, that they should all leave. And Dr. Freeman is Black, as is her family. And that they were just shocked at the fact that they would just get someone to yell at them like that, and just at this, at farmers market. And perhaps the most appalling part of all of that was that no one, absolutely no one said one word to the woman who made the comment, or to the family who was affronted in this manner. So what we did was Senora Flores said that she was going to stand on the corner of Las Cruces and Main Street and just stand there quietly with her sunscreen and her sign. And she decided later, or I guess she checked with Dr. Freeman. And of course, Charlotte Lipson sent out her email, and Jan Thompson sent out an email to a bunch of people. And I don't know how many people showed up, but it was a really good representation of people that we have here in Las Cruces. And we had a very calm, peaceful march up and down Main Street. And we had our homemade signs, and mine said, "Love lives in Las Cruces, and we are one people." And most people had Black Lives Matter and this and that. But it was, everybody had, not everybody, everything was just around peace. And we just walked quietly up and down Main Street, I think 3 times. And then we came over to City Hall, and Representative Xochitl Small was present, and Dr. Freeman shared her story. And she said she was appalled, that she was really taken aback, that even though all this other stuff was going on, that these sorts of things just didn't happen anymore, and that it happened to her parents, but you never thought it would happen to her. So anyway, I just want to share that. And that's it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that, Councilor. Dr. Green, would you like to comment? You're welcome to, if you like.
Well, I responded to Dr. Freeman, and I told her that the N-word is a word of hatred used for a person that has an agenda. And I also told her that does not reflect the city of Las Cruces that I know, and can speak pretty much with authority since I was born and raised here. And so I told her that it could have been somebody from the outside. It could have been somebody who wanted to instigate. I asked her if she could share some details in case this was going to be an incident that would be repeated. This is a very volatile circumstance that we're in right now. And my interest is in trying to let people know, and I appreciate Dr. Flores and everyone who stood up. And that is the Las Cruces I know. But my interest is in diffusing as much as possible and not throwing gasoline on a fire that's already simmering. And so I asked Dr. Freeman, I did apologize to her on behalf of, the city. And I hope that she knows that we do not represent what she was exposed to, and her children especially. That's what I feel most sorry about, is that her children should not have been subjected to anything like that on a Saturday morning when they're just trying to, enjoy their weekend. And so I have told her that she could reach out to me anytime she wants to. And I want her to know that this is the exception and definitely not the rule in Las Cruces.
Thank you, Dr. Green. And I'd be more than happy to also send a letter of apology if you think that would help.
It would be a wonderful gesture.
Oh, sure, absolutely.
I would appreciate it.
We'll do that if you can get me her address, her mailing address.
Okay.
Let me just ask David Dollahan something real quick. David, I don't suppose we have any cameras in there to find out who this person was, do we?
Actually, Dr. Freeman took a picture of her.
Really?
Yeah, she said she took a picture and nobody really wanted to see it. I mean, nobody asked to see it.
Well, I asked if she could send it just because it could be, I wanted to know that it wasn't somebody that somebody that lives here. I think it was an outsider trying to incite a riot. And so that's why I wanted to know, in case this is an outsider who's going to try this again.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, we didn't have no incidents whatsoever. And I think there were some people who just joined us too, people who were there at Farmers Market, but the turnout was dynamite. I do want to say though, Mayor, that Terry Dahlman, Dr. Dahlman, or Board President Dahlman, invited me to say something. And I realized that after Sochi spoke, a congressperson, Torres Small, I thought, well, here we are in front of City Hall because we're here out front. And so I thought I did take it upon myself to speak, made it very clear I was not speaking on behalf of the city, that I wasn't representing, that I hadn't been authorized by the mayor or nobody, but that I was speaking, but I did say, but I am an elected official, and did extend my apologies or my compassion. And there was one gentleman in the crowd who said, the population here is 65% Hispanic. And I said, well, it's actually 67%. He said, and they're still in the minority. And I reiterated that, when I was speaking to Dr. Freeman, who was standing down, we did the social distancing. I said to her that, yes, the majority of the people who live here are Hispanic, but we're still a minority insofar as how we're viewed by the world or the United States. So anyway, but I do want to share too that when Dr. Freeman was telling us what happened, she started to cry. She was sobbing. It was very, very sad. So I did speak with one of my brothers, the one who lives in Parker, Colorado, and he said, sis, if I would have been there, I would have stood up. And I said, and I wouldn't have let you, because I agree with Dr. Green. I think it was just someone who was out to pick a fight and to make things ugly. It was already ugly, and it would have just gotten really out of hand. But part of it, by Dr. Freeman, I think just felt, she was attacked, and she didn't want anything to happen to her children. And Dr. Trujillo made it a point to really consult her. Anyway, again, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Bobby. Thank you, Dr. Green,
Thank you for your support. I do appreciate it. As a person of color, I don't condone any hateful language to anyone, and I think it's important that Dr. Freeman understand. I believe she does, but I think the children should understand that People who do that kind of thing, typically they are bullies and they are cowards. And
Yes.
so we have to just look at the source, consider the source, and rise above that is what has to happen.
Absolutely. Yeah. Looks like Mayor Pro Tem Gandara wanted to say something.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate Councilor Flores bringing it up. I think I was informed of the incident with everybody else receiving the email from Charlotte Lipson. And in the area, I called Senora Flores immediately that evening and had a conversation with her. I don't think she felt comfortable enough giving me Dr. Friedman's name at that point, but I obviously was very apologetic and denounced that kind of behavior, and representing the downtown and the farmers market area. I committed to making sure that Mandy and David Griselda Maestas were aware of the incident, and that I'd hoped and that they would forward that on to Tiffany, the market manager, to address that. I wasn't sure if it was a vendor or a visitor. And encouraging it to be reported to law enforcement as well, because she was verbally accosted, frankly. And that doesn't belong in our community. It's not the community that I love and represent. And so I want to extend my apologies, Dr. Green. I know Dr. Friedman has attended some of my Resilient Leaders meetings. So I had the pleasure of meeting her, and she's quite lovely, so smart, articulate. I've appreciated her representation. I didn't know till today who that was, and who the person was that was verbally accosted. So please extend my my apologies, Mayor. I love the idea of sending a letter. I think that is extremely important, but I do want to make sure that staff is following up with the market manager and ensuring that they've been aware of what has taken place, and developing some policies and procedures as it relates to that, and how, how we move forward from here. We're not going to tolerate that behavior.
Yeah, well, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Dave, if we can identify this person, I would go so far to have them banned from any city facility, period, anywhere that was under our control. So
Will you address that to Mr. Maestas?
David Dallahan or David Maestas. I don't know if David Maestas is here, but David Dallahan I see. Oh yeah, he is here. Okay, yeah.
Yes, sir, Mayor.
I do like the idea of trying to identify the person, and I did ask Dr. Freeman. She was reluctant, understandably. But if we can find another way to identify the person and see if we know if we can know who this person is, and if they do have a plan or an agenda. There's a lot of dangerous things happening all around the country, and so we don't want any of that here in Las Cruces. Absolutely not. So if we can identify the person, it would be a good thing. I would be appreciative of it.
Well, thank you, Dr. Green. And I'd like to go with that one step further and actually just have them banned from any city facility. And that includes the farmer's market as well. So, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Sorg, you have any comments?
I kind of lost track in that whole long conversation, which, by the way, was quite good. No, I'm okay.
Okay. Councilor well, I'm talking about your council comments.
Yes.
You're still okay?
I understand. Yeah, I agree.
Okay. All right. Okay. Councilor Bencomo, you have anything you'd like to say?
I do, Mr. Mayor, thank you. And I want to thank Councilor Flores for bringing that up, and Dr. Green for commenting further. Yes, I think a letter is a great idea. I would love to sign on to it if you wanted the rest of the council to sign on. However, I will say, everyone, that I think it's important that we name that we love our community and that we don't tolerate that here, but it's also important to confront the evil that exists in our community too. Las Cruces is not immune to racist, white supremacist sentiment, and we have to name it. I think it's important, and I think it's important to call it out. We've seen a spike in hate crimes in the last 4 years, and a rise in this kind of sentiment. I think what's happening now is that people are recording it. People are naming it. People are recording these interactions, and I think, frankly, it should be that way, and people should get called out publicly for calling other people out publicly like that with such racial terminology, and that's awful. But I think it's important that we confront it. I also want to add, I originally didn't have any public comments to make, but the couple of the emails that Mayor read at the beginning really sort of made me want to say something, because I think a lot of folks who condemn protesters forget that change in this country did not come easy, and it did not come in nice ways often. So I personally want to commend the protesters. I want to commend everyone who has shown up to 2 weeks in a row to multiple events on some of the hottest days so far. I especially want to commend the young folks, the young organizers who are leading these efforts and organizing and getting people out in the streets. I personally had the pleasure of meeting a couple of them, Darnicia and Fallon, and I've met with them. I understand their demands. I wanted to hear from them. I think they're powerful. I'm often in spaces where I hear older folks telling young people why aren't they showing up to the ballot box, that they need to participate more, that they need to get involved. And then young people do get involved and they show up powerfully publicly. And some of those same folks say, no, not like that. We didn't mean that way. So I want to push back against some of that, because I think I want to tell those protesters to keep pounding that pavement, to keep having tough conversations with people in our community, with your neighbors, with your fellow neighbor, and keep forcing a public dialogue about public safety, about policing, about police brutality. It is because of you that we are about to have the special session that in just a few minutes, protesters and young people, they forced us to have this conversation publicly. And I think it's important that we recognize that. It was civil disobedience, it's through civil disobedience actions now that we have the Voting Rights Act, that women and Black and Indigenous and people of color are able to vote. Civil disobedience is the reason we have the Civil Rights Act. Civil disobedience is what has led to LGBTQIA communities having the rights that they do. It was civil disobedience that led to DACA. I'm a community organizer first and foremost, and I understand how change happens. And it's not always because elected officials like us sit in rooms and have a change of heart out of nowhere. It's because the community pushed us, and the community helped us see some of the pain, and it's because elected officials hear that pain that decide to act differently. So I just want to make sure that that the folks protesting, the activists that are forming, old, new, that I thank you for what you're doing. I think it's important, and keep pushing and forcing this public dialogue that we must have as a community. To be honest with you, I'm certainly a lot more concerned about the violence being incited by people who are saying on social media that, there's violence being incited against the protesters. That concerns me more than the actual protesters. I've seen horrible things on social media regarding protesters, and I think those sorts of things need to be called out as well. So I just, that's what I want to say. Obviously, this speaks to my community organizer heart. I'm not sure how many times a city councilor has served on Las Cruces City Council who has also stopped traffic because of an injustice. And so I just want to tell all those protesters that I see you, and thank you.
No, thank you. Councilor Sorg, did you have your hand up for something?
Yes, I did remember something thanks to Councilor Bencomo. I appreciate all of what she just said. What they're calling a town hall on Saturday night at the plaza was awesome. I wanted to mention that No Doubt Trout was there, and His name is Johnny. I want to get it right. Oh gosh. I've got it right here. It's just within a few seconds. Oh, wait a minute. I take that back. It was a well, maybe I don't. It's in here somewhere, but I can't find it. Anyway, the other leader that was there at the thing, they were doing so well. The people that were speaking were speaking from the heart, and a lot of good things were said. They also were registering voters too, and encouraging people to vote and all the good stuff. So I just wanted to mention that. Shout out to that group of people that were there. John,
I think you meant DJ Tommy Black.
Tommy Black, yes. Oh, I'm sorry. Johnny, Tommy, I got it confused. Yes. Yeah, very good. Thank you.
He's a local DJ here in Las Cruces, and he has a voice that can reach a lot of young people.
Oh,
he's good.
A very good voice. Absolutely. Yes. Thank you. That's all, Mayor.
Okay, that was Dr. Bobby Green who came up with that name. I just have to identify that Dr. Green for the transcription of the meeting.
Record. Okay.
Yeah, no problem. Last one is Councilor Beta Stuvey.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you to all my colleagues for showing up at places. I know this is one thing that I have struggled with during the time of a pandemic, is not being able to be as present in large groupings. I know I've written to one counselor as well, just saying that I always feel like I want to do more, but in certain times and certain spaces, it's not always possible. And so it's there's other ways to do that too. And I would say having those tough conversations with family, making sure that I would say we're teaching the next generation to have that, to live with tolerance, to live with love, and to look out and recognize, their own privilege that may have. We've had some tough conversations in our own household. And so I think there are a lot of ways that we can start opening up that conversation in our own families with our groups of friends and just doing better every day. And that's one of the commitments that I know that our household has had, and that I'm working with, that every day we're learning more and we're doing better. And so I'm so thankful to be having this work session coming up to learn more and to do better. I do have a couple housekeeping type items, and that is, we did have a community schools meeting on June 11th, where we approved a letter in support for state funding for our community schools that will go up to our legislators to ask for the continuation of funding. We also looked at the review of our annual board reports, and we learned more about community engaged learning. And we heard from Pat Desamio from Chris's Creatives. And basically they were initiating a programming, we were calling it the Human Library. We know that online learning is going to still be with us for a while, and this is a program that lets people join on Zoom calls for teachers, different classes, and they are experts in their field with real life knowledge. And they are able to give out either like a painting lesson, or they're part of, we talked about animal control being on one previously, and a teacher was on Zoom. There was a snake in the area and she had to call animal control, and then her students got to see that process of what everything happened. So it's this wonderful library. And that's something that as we proceed during this time, that it's really a valuable tool that our students could have. This week, we will also have a MRVDA meeting on Wednesday and a Juvenile Justice Continuum meeting. Budgeting is going to be talked about in both. Of course, with the county, there is not going to be an increase in any funding, so there are adjustments that need to be made. Both those meetings happen to be at the same time, so I will be working back and forth between the two of them but I will keep people updated. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And for the third time, Councilor Sorg has another question.
Just a quick announcement. Just
Okay.
a quick announcement. I wouldn't do it, but if it's Dr. Freeman, as we're talking about here, she'll be on the radio program KTAL on Wednesday morning at 9:30. Speak Up, Las Cruces.
Isn't it at 9?
9:30.
9:30? Okay.
Yeah, 9:30. I got it
Okay.
straight from the person's mouth.
Okay.
Okay, so sounds good. All right, so city manager's report. David Maestas, you have something? Do you have anything for us?
Yes, sir, Mayor. I don't have specific items in the interest of time. Most of the stuff that I wanted to pass on to you, I've done through emails here recently. As you all know, there's been several of them. I do want to thank council for your review of the items and your insight with each of them. And I also want to thank staff for all that they continue to do in difficult situations. In particular, this week, I want to thank our Las Cruces Police Department. As was mentioned with the protests, there was also quite a bit of time put in by their agency to ensure the safety of protesters as well as motorists in the area. And I'd like to thank our partnering agencies, the Sheriff's Department, as well as the New Mexico State Police Department for their assistance with each of those situations. Thank you, Mayor.
I have a question for Mr. Maestas.
Yes, Councilor Flores.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Maestas, do they get permits? I sent you an email asking you that. And I was just wondering, and I believe in protests, of course. And my two sons have been, and my ex-husband have been arrested. I never have. I don't know why, but they were all in the same place. But my sons have been first, when a war in Iraq broke out, Joaquin was arrested on Hollywood Boulevard. And then it's in the following year, the anniversary, Gordon was actually arrested on Wilshire Boulevard, all in Los Angeles. And then my ex-husband was arrested for demonstrating against immigration practices in Los Angeles. Actually, he did go to jail, but my sons didn't. They were just arrested. So I was just wondering though, on Telshore and Loman, which are two main arteries which really connect our hospitals, are there permits allowed there where people are trying to get, an ambulance trying to get across or an emergency or something? So.
Sure. Good question, Councilor Flores. Typically, if we are going to close the roadway, we do ask for permits for that, especially typically for major arterials, we aren't going to close that. If permits come in, we're going to review the traffic concerns, and more than often we will say that no, we're not going to do that. What our police department tried to do in this case was to limit the amount of closures, the time of closures, and still move traffic as much as possible. There were detours in place, so people did have the ability to make it across the city from one side to another. It did take a little longer. I will agree that I was out there driving around, looking through the detours as well, making sure we had everything in place that we could. There were some intersections that did have quite a bit of backup. But as you mentioned, with the support for the group and where they were going and how many of them there were, our major concern was the safety for everybody, which include protests and motorists together, and also the officers. So we wanted to make sure people were safe was our primary focus.
But the permits were issued?
No, ma'am. I'm sorry. You said, do they normally have permits, or at least that's what I heard?
No. Maybe I didn't ask the question.
No, there were not permits.
Permits issued on the two instances, Saturday and Saturday before.
No, ma'am, there were not.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
If I may, Mr. Mayor.
Wait, let me just add, Joaquin was arrested and we had to post a $20,000 bail. And then, the percentage, 10%. And Gordon was also detained. He was in the 10th grade. This was about 20 years ago. So anyway, sorry, sorry, Mr. Mayor and everybody. I just had to put that in. They were arrested. Detained.
Councilor Bencomo, did you have something you want to say?
Yeah, I just want to add that often the point of a protest and civil disobedience is to cause a disturbance, to cause an inconvenience, so that the larger community can understand the message that Black lives and brown lives are inconvenienced, far beyond inconvenienced, actually, all the time. So I just want to give a little organizing 101 to my colleagues, and often that's sort of the point. And I think protests should be the, somebody said, why can't my rights be protected for 4th of July? There will be a 4th of July next year and the year after that. There might not be a moment like this in this country again. And that those very rights are also the same rights that protect people from protesting.
Very good. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and end this meeting and probably give you 5 minutes to take a quick break, eat your dinner real quick and come back. Is that good enough time, Adrian? 5 minutes? Maybe come back at 5:15?
Yes, that works.
Okay, so I need a motion, a second to adjourn.
So
Move to adjourn.
Motion by
Second.
Councilor Sorg, second by Councilor Flotis that we adjourn. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, so those of you that just stay on this same channel, I think the sheriff's on.